Shallow. I must have meant to say sup, and then I said shallow. I am eating lunch right now. I call it charcuterie board, but it's not charcuterie board. It's more like grapes. I forget what this red cow's called. You know the cow, the red cow cheese spread. Garlic one specifically, herbs and garlic or some shit. With some bruschetta chips, I think it's tomato basil, and then the sandwich and grapes. The sandwich is provolone, salami, and pepperoni. Specifically 9 pieces of pepperoni because I want them to make a perfect square. Because I'm autistic and I'm like that. And then a Fanta soda. Anyways, we're gonna continue this game, so... Let's date Jeff the Killer, this is wondrous. I can't believe this is what it's come to. Hi, Sydney. What was your voice again? You're like the person who's like. Sydney mumbled to herself. Sorry, chewing. And now I have to look at my group chat. Or school. I might need to get off because something came up. I don't know. We're trying to figure it out because I was supposed to do a meeting yesterday, but we never did it. And we were gonna move it today. For class. At least some of my classmates, because we're doing a group project. And one of my classmates is like, if we're free at 12, and I'm like, shit, it's almost 12. And I literally just started streaming. Anyways, I don't think it's gonna happen though, because it's like 11:54. Are you guys doing anything from to class time? That's like 5. What does she need us to do for 5 hours? Oh my god. Well, everything's okay. Anyways, that's me rambling. Okay, let's get started. Until I get some word on what the fuck is going on. Cindy mumbled to herself, but then noticed your gaze on her, so she straightened her seat as if nothing happened. Don't worry, Megan. They'll find him. Yes, Sydney, I thank you. Should you mention Jeff's promise? So stupid. I don't understand how certain people can find that attractive. A man with... I can see if you... Okay, hear me out. Just one of those hear me out cakes. Just hear me out. I could see why people like him. He's a murderer. Some people have fallen in love with murderers before. That's the thing. Being like, oh, I can fix him. But specifically Jeff the Killer. Buddy. Like, I could see it. He can be hot. In some drawings, he can be hot. But if we're talking about, like, the picture, you know the one. The picture of him. The one that was first seen. Brother. You're looking at me and saying you want that? But, I've seen some drawings of Jeff the Killer that some people made that are really cool and make him look hot. But then there's some where they're like, okay, brother, that's not hot. For me, it's the eyes. I don't do good with the eyes. His eye color's pretty, but the eyes that are burnt, like with no eyes, that part just makes it, I don't know, I think that's what it is. Or maybe it's the nose. Probably the nose that gets me. He has a Voldemort nose. That's what gives me the ick. It would probably be the smartest thing to do, but for now, you allowed yourself to just ask one thing. Hey, Sydney. Excuse me. You don't like cops? Girl, are you a cab? Don't be afraid, it's okay. This is a safe place, Sydney. We don't judge you. Sydney started in her seat. And her what is that supposed to mean? Started in her seat? You mean settled? It's like the second typo they had. I think like yesterday the typo was feel. They changed it or something. I don't know, some other typo. I think they meant to put settled in her seat. Face paled. She averted her gaze, rubbing her fingers indecisively. This is helping me. You know, doing this shit in a way for someone who would have thought this kind of shit would help me in life when it comes to speaking properly. Like, I don't know, because I'm becoming like an early childhood educator. That's my major. So becoming that, basically, you're gonna have to, when you're in early childhood, you're gonna have to learn how to, like, of course, read to kids out loud. And there was one thing that I suck at, which is reading out loud, because I always mispronounce everything. So I always feel like this kind of games are, like, helping me to read out loud, because it helps me try to figure out what my words mean and how to pronounce them properly for you guys. And then you guys also get to hear it, because I suck at pronouncing words. So then you guys can laugh at me for missaying everything and butchering everything. And then also, because I have to take or, like, for the teacher, I think this is what it is. You have to take tests to become a teacher. And, like, a lot of them. Like, you have, like, the professionals. I forget what the other one's called. And the GKT, like, stuff. I don't know. Just all this stuff. And one of them is, like, you have to take a language one. And the language one is where you have to write stuff and then correct stuff. At least from what I did. From what I did from, like, the studying course. When I had to study for this shit. They explained that the best thing to do to study for the language one was to, basically read, like, text messages, and, if you're reading, like, read anything. Or not anything, but, like, text messages and stuff that you send from to people, because when you send a text message, you normally don't type correctly, you're just typing to type. Unless you're like one of those weird people who type correctly with periods and commas. But they said one of my professors, like the professor was telling us, like, the best thing to do is read text messages, because in text messages you will get a ton of errors. So when you're reading something like that, you can correct it yourself. And it can help you correct things. And, like, oh, there's supposed to be a comma here. Oh, it's not supposed to be this tense of, like, word, it's supposed to be this tense of word. Like, instead of there, it's supposed to be there, like, over there. It helps. And then when reading out loud, that's another thing that helps. Because then it helps you make sure you're reading something correctly. and clearly, and then enunciating things clearly. Because it also gives me, what is it? Because my mom tells me, when I talk, and it's true, I have a lisp when I talk, because I have a gap between my teeth. So, it's like a huge gap, and granted, I have a retainer, but the problem is, I tell this to my mom, my teeth are all straight. I used to have braces. My teeth were all straight, and I even didn't have this gap because of the braces. However, my orthodontist that my mom paid so much money for, who's a piece of shit, but I don't think it's the orthodontist's fault. I think my mom just didn't realize that my orthodontist was telling her this. That no matter what, even after the braces, my teeth will shift. But not all of them. It's only the front two teeth. The big gap in between my teeth. He's like, yeah, those two teeth are always gonna shift. They're gonna shift back. No matter what. Because, there is there's a piece of gum, of my gum, that is like a little flap that's in between my gap of my teeth. And there's no way that my two teeth will stay the same, stay in place, because unless I get it surgically removed, which would cost her a lot of money to get that done. So in order for my teeth to stay straightened, the gap in between the little gap in my teeth, the gum that's in between my teeth would have to be removed. And my mom's like, hell no, I'm not paying for that shit. And then, so my mom's like, I'm gonna get you something. So after you're done with getting your braces, normally they give you a retainer. Yeah, my retainer broke. And I think it's because, that shitty retainer that was supposed to keep my teeth in line. So this is where my mom said this guy, yeah, my orthodontist was shit. Because shit. Sorry, no. I'll continue the story in a minute. Just something happened. Not like bad, but it's just because our meeting. Well, it is bad, but not really. Not like an emergency bad, like death in the family. Like kind of bad. It's like, so my classmate said that they might have to change our meeting again to tomorrow. However, the thing that we have to turn in is due tomorrow, but at nighttime, like at midnight. So we're okay. However, that would be like just a minute. What's today's date? Yeah, because it... Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to hear back from her. The girl in my class is like, but everything keeps popping up. It's reasonable. What's happening to her is that like she's studying for exams, and things keep popping up because she accidentally forgot about our meeting, and she was like, "Oh my god, I'm so sorry." And then we set it up for today, and now she's like, do we have a certain time? Because now things are even popping up again, where she's studying for more exams, and she only has a certain amount of time, and she doesn't think she can meet with us again today. And I'm like, look, man, it's totally understandable. That's fine, but just know that tomorrow is when this assignment is due, and we need to get it done. So if we're gonna meet tomorrow, we must meet tomorrow. There's no changing it. We have to do it tomorrow. And like, if she can't come today, not come, but like meet on Zoom. Anyways, to continue my story with my gap in my teeth. So the doctor, this is where the doctor was kind of fucked up, the orthodontist. So he gave my mom a retainer, and he's like, oh yeah, this is her retainer, here you go. And that was it. I was free. Of course, I think the problem was either that, unless this was something that happened with my brother, I don't remember. Cause my brother accidentally threw away his retainer at Disney World. He was crying about it, so upset, and like, I believe every time you lose your retainer, you have to pay more to get it back. Unless it was paid by insurance, I don't really know. But all I know is that something fucked up happened with my retainer, and my mom was pissed, and she was like, no, we're done. But like, my retainer, it broke. And this was a retainer, I think, from them. Hang on.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I had to do a little bit of laundry. And then also talking to Mom. Mom got home. Fed the cats. What is it? But, not cats. Teeth. That's what we were talking about. Out of context. Teeth. That's what we were talking about. So, anyways. About my shitty teeth. An orthodontist. The orthodontist. He, gave my mom a retainer. The retainer broke. Super easily. I think that's what happened. I don't know. Something happened with the retainer. So then my mom eventually, after some time, like years, a couple years passed, my mom I guess it's mainly from what I tell my mom. I can tell it's her insecurities. She's projecting on me, but I don't have these insecurities of myself. But it's not like she's being mean about it. No, it's more like she's... Because when she was a kid, it was different the way she was raised. So, like, my grandmother, the way she raised her was, like... When my mom had bushy eyebrows, and, like, people would make fun of her for her unibrow, my grandmother... And my mom would go to my grandmother really didn't do much about it. She's like, no, you're not getting your eyebrows waxed, you're not. And people would continue making fun of her. So when the day came when I came to her because I had a bushy eyebrows and I had a unibrow, I would go to my mom. I came to my mom and I'm like, Mom, people are calling me. This is a real thing that happened. So I go to my mom after, like, kids are making fun of me saying I look like Squilliam from SpongeBob with my unibrow, and I was so embarrassed and upset, and I came home crying to my mom, telling her about it. My mom's like, okay, seeing that my mom didn't do that for me, she's like, we're not gonna let that happen. So she goes to, she's like, I'm taking you to the nail salon or whatever, to the salon, so let me get my eyebrows waxed. I hated every second of it, but she's like, I'm not letting you go through what I had to go through all those years ago. So my mom's that kind of person. She's not doing it out of, like, you know, the person who just ridicules you because she's projecting her insecurities on you. It's more like she's projecting her insecurities on me, as in a nice way, if that makes sense. Just more like in a protective way, like, I don't want you to go through what I went through. That kind of sense. So she used to have a gap in between her teeth, and she used to wear a retainer. And now she doesn't. And she was so embarrassed of the gap in between her teeth. And with me, I never cared about it. Never saw anything wrong with the gap in between my teeth. Did not care. My mom, however, was like, let's get you a retainer. And apparently it was, I think it was called Invisalign. And, like, every once in a while, the retainer would get smaller and smaller. Like, it would work as braces, almost. So, like, the Invisalign would slowly but surely move your teeth in alignment to the way you wanted it. However, this is the part that I hated about it. Is that it would hurt like a motherfucker when you wore them. And that's why I never wore them. My mom spent a lot of money on it, but, like, I never liked wearing them. And then, like, at a certain point in time where the pain got so unbearable, I'm like, I can't do this. Not anymore. So I just stopped wearing them. But also because at one point I did break them, because I don't know what it was. I guess my back molars grinded down the thing when I would bite down, when I would talk. Because sometimes when my mouth rests, it's like I'm biting down on something. And I broke the back of my retainer, so I couldn't use it. And then they replaced it. But, like, it was already too late. It's been, like, almost 6 months past. My teeth have shifted, so now they don't match. And I did not like wearing them. Still don't like wearing them. Don't even wear them at all. My mom was upset about it. And she always is like, you made me waste so much money over that. And I'm like, me? I made you waste money over that? I'm like, mother, I didn't do no such thing. You chose this. I'm like, you wanted to buy the retainers. I did not agree to such thing. I just said, okay, because, you know, I'm a child. I'm supposed to say yes to you. You're my mom. No. So, she, what is it? Like, I don't find my teeth, like, bad, honestly. Like, they're all straight. The only things that aren't straight are my fucking molars. Not my fucking molars, my fucking gap in between my teeth. And I keep telling her this. I'm like, Mom, there is no way you're gonna fix that gap in between my teeth with those retainers. Because you heard what the orthodontist said. No matter what, until you get that surgery for my mouth, that gap in between my teeth is gonna stay. and I have and this all circles back to why I'm reading with a lisp, because I have a huge gap in between my teeth. But honestly, I like my gap in between my teeth. I told her that. I was like, I don't understand why you wanted me to get rid of it in the first place. That gap in between my teeth, that's just the way I smile. And I like that smile because it's me, and I like that. And also, it's not that I never liked my smile, but it's also the fact that I never really thought it much of my smile. I thought my smile was a normal smile, never anything bad about it. Like, the only time I ever got made fun of was because, again, I'm stupid. I was just a little kid. And I'm like, oh yeah, I'm so cool, watch this. And I could spit water in between the gap of my teeth, and I thought it was the coolest shit ever. And people would make fun of me for it because, of course, I'm stupid. And that was a valid reason to make fun of me, because I was stupid. But then, what was it? I guess, my friend Angels, for my birthday, I think. Not for my birthday, I don't remember when they gave it to me. No, wait, it was for my birthday. So they mailed me a gift. And when I opened it, it was a gift. I forget what it's called. It's a book. Let me go get it. I have to go get it. It's right here on my little shelf because I love looking at it so much. They know how much I love raccoons. Here it is. My little raccoon book. I'm not showing it because I will never show my face. Even though my face is everywhere. I still don't like showing my face on the camera. But it's a little book that says, I love you more than trash. And it has, like, raccoon drawings and, like, possums and badgers and pigeons all on it eating garbage. And it says to, and then you can fill in the blanks of the book. So it's like one of those fill-in-the-blank books. and there's a thing that... I can't say the thing that I always say, because then that points out where my friend lives, and that's not okay, because they asked me never to say where they live. But it's a joke that I always say, you're my favorite wherever my friend lives. Which I'm not saying. The book says to and from, so it says to... Because there's a joke between me and my friend Angels that I don't know what it was. I guess one day when we were on voice chat in our old friend group, I just one day said, oh my god, I'm like, here, because, what is it? They were the only person I knew that lived in this area, in the area that they live in. I'm like, oh my god, it's my favorite blank Angels. And they're like, I'm the only blank you know. And I'm like, of course. So I'm like, of course, that's why you're my favorite. so ever since then, my friend Angels goes, and you're my favorite Megan because you're the only Megan I know. Because you're the only Megan. So now we call each other I call Angels my favorite blank, and then they call me my favorite Megan. So it says to my favorite Megan, from your favorite blank Angels. And there's different things that it says on it. And I'll read them to you guys. Sorry for the shitty doodles, haha, love you. It says, I love you more than trash. Peer-reviewed by Ivory, which is another friend I have. And it says, let yourself be loved, you. And I just wrote, you brilliant bastard, crazy motherfucker. I know we were supposed to be playing the game, but I have to read this. When I first met them in Texas, this happened. So, when I first met them in person in Texas, this happened, where we were talking, and, what it said was, when you bare your teeth at me, I think of our matching bite tattoos, because, when we were at, like, the Rainforest Cafe, there was a joke between us again, where I like to bite things. And I would always say, it's just a vocal stim I like to say, where I say, I bite you. but not like in a sexual way, more like in a funny rabid animal way. In a funny rabbit. So it's like I bite you, like a dog bites at your toy, and it says, when you bare your teeth, I think of her matching biting tattoos, because I told Angels whenever we meet in person, I will bite you. And then when we did that, I I bit them, and then we got a marker and we traced, and then I bit them. They traced the bite mark with a marker, and then after that, they bit me, and then I traced the bite mark of myself, of their bite on my arm, and we had this matching bite tattoo. So we have a photo of it. It's our favorite. Um, we did it again though when I met them again recently on my last trip. It was really funny. Um, the dimple on your chin glistens, and I can't help but want to poke it. I'll always treasure your screaming. They misspelled voice, and then they crossed it out and spelled voice, like that time we yelled at the knights in the medieval times. And then they drew a picture of me wearing a crown and a rose at the, because we went to medieval times, and they threw a flower at me, and I screamed so loud when everyone was silent, and all they heard was my screaming from like the back, and everyone was like looking and laughing about it. But it was so funny. It just echoed through the whole auditorium. And they threw me a rose, and then Angels kept joking around saying, "Your Majesty," because I dressed up for medieval times. Another thing that happened was, as we scamper to the car in the parking lot, the glint in your eyes fills me with mana and gremlin energy, and they drew a picture of me running away and them running away the way we do in a parking lot when we were on that trip. And now here it is. So this is the picture Angels drew of me, because I was so confused by this. I'm like, Angels, why'd you draw me with a gap in my teeth? And because normally I never draw myself with a gap in between my teeth. And I think this is the one. No, unless it's another one. Let me just check just to make sure. I don't know, but I think this is the one. I just want to make sure I know it's taking forever. Give me a second. Okay, I found it, yes. So, at first I found the picture. This is one of them. And then, this is the first time Angels drew it. And I was looking at it, but I thought this was just the way Angels drew stuff. So I didn't say anything. And it says, "You are the most relatable inhuman human," in quotation marks, as they added quotation marks to human, "I've ever known." It's a picture of me and Angels smiling at each other. And Angels drew a gap in between my teeth. And at first I didn't think much of it, and I didn't say anything when I was looking at it when we were on voice chat looking at the book. Then there was another thing. Then here's another one that says, "I enjoy playing dead with you, but I love playing..." And then they crossed out alive. Even more, but then they changed it to Minecraft even more. and then it says, "Oh man, they drew a creeper," and I'm just floating around because my Minecraft. We used to make Minecraft characters, and my like Dream SMP, but not in that way. No Dream SMP. Dear God, no. But we wanted to have something similar to it, where we wanted stories for our characters. So mine was supposed to be a god that was supposed to be of the what is it? The Underdark, the deep down, dark deep down, the pretty colored, messy stuff. So I don't know what I was making a story for, but I knew I wanted her to be a god of that. And I think I actually did. I ended up drawing it for Art Fight, and I changed her name. Her name is Pandora. And Pandora is like she's a really funny god. She's a god who doesn't really understand the concepts of humans or anything, but she loves building things for these humans. She doesn't understand how she got here. She just knows that one day she woke up and she was here. And she, like, I think I wanted something where she crashed on the earth. Because, you know, whatever it's called, that glowy stuff in the deep down, dark deep down, basically. I wanted it where, like, because you know how, like, when you kill something on that stuff, it spreads? So, where I feel like that felt like an alien kind of thing. So I wanted it to be, like, either something she came from that portal, because you know how, like, people have been, like, speculating that maybe that's a portal or something when you go to the deep down dark thing, that little dungeon area, where it has, like, that throne. So I wanted it to be like maybe that's where she came from, or if not, I wanted it to be she crash landed onto Earth and all that stuff started spreading. And I don't know, I was trying to figure out how to make something. But at first her thing was that she crashed on Earth, had no idea where she was, and she was just left with a horn. And she started building a tower, trying to get higher and higher, kind of like the Tower of Babylon or whatever, where she tries to get higher and higher, and like to make sure, and like would occasionally over the years, as years passed and passed, she would keep trying to make logs of like her. She was wandering the earth alone, trying to make logs of like, and make logs of like the days as they passed of her blowing the horn, and it was like really, really sad, because she would blow this horn that she had that was left response from anybody, because that horn was supposed to summon like anybody when she's lost, and she was completely, it was just really sad. And when like nobody came, she eventually gave up and stopped building the tower to get higher and higher, and eventually just basically left the area and started exploring around. And when she would find villages, the villagers at first were scared of her because they had no idea what she was. She would just fly around. And then she would what she would do is she find out she loved to build things, and she would protect the villagers, and then after protecting the villagers, she ran on to one of our, I was gonna make it a story, where she ran on to one of our old friends. It was like really nice, and this friend was like a mermaid, whatever, I don't remember their story, but like, then she runs on to the other friends, which is Angel's character. I forget Angel's character. I know Angel's character has no eyes. They're like a demigod, so it's like they can they can do certain things, but they're not a god entirely. So they don't like flying around, but they like being human. But it's the same thing with my god. My little god character, Pandora, just likes to float around, and she loves to build things. And however, like, Angels, when she runs onto Angel's character, they're like, look, let me show you how to be human. You wanna know how fun? And there was some times where we would joke around saying, oh my god, it's like, Pandora's so naive, doesn't really understand anything, but like, Angel's character loved to joke around and say, hey, jump into that hole, and Pandora would do it. And then, Pandora would do anything that basically Angels would tell them to do. It was really silly. But of course, and really funny. But Pandora would love to help, Angel's character, with anything they needed. And anyone at the same time, so they were really sweet. Hang on. My group is typing, but anyways, yeah, so that was that, and I really liked that story and everything. I believe my friend Vanessa was also in it too. We had like a lot of people in it. Ivory was also in it. But yeah, so Ivory's character was, well, I believe Ivory said was that their character was supposed to be like a little scientist that one of their experiments went wrong. They were like a crazy scientist or something. And that was cool. So yeah, oh, anyways, continuing. And then here's another one that says, as the city falls asleep, your friendship radiates toxic waste. And then they drew a picture of them eating a burger and then also a picture of them holding a toxic waste bin. And there's just like a little weird thing coming out. And then they drew a pigeon with the top hat on the next page. We traveled to the most exotic places, like inside the computer and then outside the computer. You really fucked with me. And then they wrote, holy shit, Megan real? Then they found a crow and a seagull eating a piece of bread that with a heart in it, and drew a pigeon, which is supposed to be me, and it says Mama y Papa. Oh, and here's another thing. So now they have a picture of, this is the satisfaction we get from sharing original characters making out sloppy style puts me in a primal trance. And it's a picture of Rain and Cooper, Cooper's my D&D OC. I think I've mentioned this before. And Rain is their D&D character, and they're in love, and we love them so much. Then there's a picture of me eating a donut. Oh, and then there's, I don't, again, if you've seen my Instagram, and Angel's Instagram, it says, I like how you care so brain-rottedly about Aether and Purse. It gives me hope for the future. And then they drew a picture of Aether and Purse on top of Aether, like, on top of him, like, hey, I'm on top of you. And it says, get off me, bitch. Then there was a picture of Raccoon eating potato chips, and they drew, like, a monocle, a bandana, and an arm thing, and made it Sly. And it says, thinking we're hot shit, self-actualizing, or self-indulgence. Either way, I'm gonna be hot shit with you. And then there's a picture of a garbage bin, and it says, and it's Purse throwing Aether into the garbage, and it says, Purse is saying, get into the trash. It says, into the trash, and then Aether's saying, yes, dear. And then there's a picture of Ivory and Angels making out. Like, you know that one picture where, like, there's a Purse, two people making out, and then they have their cup hanging down, and then there's one person drinking from the cup. It says, you pressure me to get gayer, and honestly, it's working. We both glare at the sun directly, and that makes me feel, ow, my eyes. And it says, look, angels, and we're both looking at the sun. You have infected me with your biting instincts, and it's a picture of us biting each other. And then there's another picture of two raccoons, and it says, Mama y Papa. And then it says, our nighttime escapades leave you. It says, it's supposed to say leave me, but it says leave you so sleepy because I always fall asleep. Because the way our times work is that when it's nighttime for me, it's daytime for angels. So, it's really funny because I always fall asleep when we're on voice chat sometimes, and they have to kick me off voice chat. And it says, it's a picture of, like, angels on the computer, and they go, Megan, and then I'm just conked out on my side. Then there's a picture of angels riding a seagull, and with a sword, and I'm eating ice cream cone from seagull. And it says, catching these hands with you is a foundation of our friendship, and it's me, like, Five Nights at Freddy's jumping towards angels. Then there's where I see a regular D&D item, you see I must have it, 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 and that moves me to tears. And it's just a hand about to grab a bell or something. And then there's Guac riding a skateboard, and it says Guac skateboard. And it says, the roaring static of your crackling microphone drowns out my looping verbal stins. And it's a picture of Bluey and Bingo, and they're going, boor, 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 boor. Oh, then there's a picture of a raccoon in a trash can, and Angels drew a sign that says Casa de Quad. And it says, in this horror house, you are my horror home. Then this one has nothing written in it. I think, wait, no. They have one in here that they didn't write anything in. It's just a picture of me with a big butt, and it's really funny. I know they have it, unless there was another one. I think, but this one has nothing written in it. It just says, when you let me have that... it's supposed to say that buttered soaked, but they cross out and soaked, and it just says butt, and then they drew a picture of me with a big butt, and then they're like, I knew we would be friends when you let me have that butt. I knew we would be friends forever. And then there's us feeding pigeons pizza, and it just says, the soggy pizza crust helps me appreciate dry pizza with no crust. Fuck crust. Oh, here it is. Here's another one. So life will shoo us away, but our army of 10,000 rats will run through the hole we kicked in your fence. So there's a reason why that just know it's because that's a song called "I Kicked a Hole in Your Fence." Angels says that's a song that me coded, and they introduced me, and it's literally a song that's just about kicking a hole in your fence. Like it's like I kicked a hole in your fence. I kicked a hole in your fence. And then it starts talking about like rats going inside the hole in your fence, and it's just really funny. The way you risked your whole, and it says you risked your tail for that, and then but it's supposed to say, but it just wrote, the way you risked your whole hand for petting that dire wolf brings me great joy. So in our D&D campaign, I don't know if you know, but the reason why Sly has a messed up arm now is because a robotic limb, is because, well, Sly thought it would be fun. Sly really wanted to pet. Actually, no, let me get into this. So, Sly's story was really funny in one part of this campaign. Was when I was just on my phone one day, Angels messages me, Megan, how would you feel about Sly losing a limb? I had no idea what they were gonna do. I knew D&D was that night. Didn't know what I was getting into. My brain went, would I want that? And then I was like, you know what? Why not? So I said yes. This wasn't planned. This was just saying a way of Angels letting me know beforehand. This wasn't Angels saying, yes, you're gonna lose a limb. And they're like, okay, good. The reason why they asked me that was because during our campaign, lots of stuff happened. Then all of a sudden they get attacked by dire wolves. And this is why Angels asked me, because Angels knows me so well. My brain went, I want to pet that thing. And I'm like, that's Sly's kind of thinking too. Sly doesn't think, because he's a drug addict and he smokes crack. Fucking Feyweed. And Sly's like, I'm gonna pet it. So he tried to throw a stick for it to go fetch. It hit the dog in the face. The dog looks at him, runs at him, and rips his arm off. Everyone's staring at him like, what the fuck just happened? He was just like, I just wanted to pet the doggy. But he lost his arm because of that. It was just so stupid. Anyways, then there's another one, and it says, I'm proud of your awesome teaching job. The tranquil act of gathering cool-looking rocks brings us together. Then they drew beach date with Personator. Which is funny. Okay, so that's what's one of the pictures. And then there was this one that says, I always feel protective when I see your filthy little guys. They're talking about my D&D characters. I follow your weird eating habits, like, morsels of ankle mush, left behind. Ankles mush is just a random mixture of food, by the way. Oh. So this was, I know you guys know the story about my friend group. So, like, there was this one thing that happened where one of my ex-friends treated my other friend like shit. And I was like, oh no, because they came to me crying. And I'm like, this is my friend Vanessa. Vanessa is like one of my closest best friends. We've known each other for so long. And I'm like, oh shit, no, you don't make Vanessa cry. I mean, no, you don't make any of my friends cry, but like, they come crying to me. I'm like, okay, you're about to lose something. So I went over and I basically, granted, I will say, it wasn't the right thing to do. But again, I was very pissed. I was already tired because this fight was going on for so fucking long. And the factor now that it's going into my other friendships and it's like hurting them too for no fucking reason when they did absolutely nothing wrong, to the point where it is 12 o'clock at night and they call me crying on the phone. I go, though I'm already blocked on everything, there was one thing that we had from the Danganronpa thing. It was like the mastermind, and I knew that at least one of them had to be the mastermind. And one of them had to be the person who said some shit that made my friend cry. And I was like, look, I get it. You're fucking. I get the. Like, look, I'm tired of this. Can't you just leave us the fuck alone? Like. And my friend was telling me how like they just don't know what to say anymore. They're getting upset and everything. So my friend told me that, and then they also told me it's like I really wish at this point I can just say fuck you to them. And I'm like, bestie, I didn't tell them that I was gonna do this. I'm like. They're like, I want to say fuck you, but I don't at the same time, and I can't. And I'm like, I got you. So, I didn't even tell them that I was gonna do this, but I did afterwards, after I did it. I'm like, I text them and I said, look, I don't know what the fuck you said to them. They didn't really tell me. My friend didn't really tell me what they said to them, but I knew it was something that made them really upset because they were fucking crying and it was 12 o'clock at night. And I was pissed off about it. And that's what pissed me off, was the factor of that, like, dude, why are you doing this at 12 o'clock at night? Like, it's not okay. And so I text them, like, look, I don't know what the fuck you said to them, but for Christ's sake, can you leave us the fuck alone? Like, I don't want to continue this fighting anymore. I'm done. I don't want anything to do with you. But now that you're bringing them into this, that's fucking disgusting. And, like, I forget what I exactly said. I deleted the chat. I actually probably still have it, but I don't feel like pulling it up because I don't want to bring it up. But, like, all I know is that I told them, basically, I straight up said, I'm like, look, they were like, oh, this is... Because they finally told me who the mastermind was of the game, which was actually the person's partner. And I'm like... But also, my other friend told me they knew who the mastermind was. It was actually, 3 people in our friend group who was the mastermind. They would just alternate. And so... I knew, however, that they did see, the person who said that shit to my friend did see it. And I'm like, look, I don't give a shit who's on here. Just leave us alone. Do not talk to my friend anymore. Like, I swear to fucking God, because this is just fucking, you are acting childish right now. And I told them, I'm like, look, I know my friend Vanessa is too sweet to say anything to you about this. But unlike Vanessa, but I'm not Vanessa, so genuinely, guys, fuck you and leave us the fuck alone. And that was what I said. And my friend Angels found that so fucking amazing. They're like, dude, holy shit, you said fuck you to them? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, they're like, no, I'm like, yeah, I'm not proud of it. They're like, no. Dude, cheers to you on doing that. I'm like, what? They're like, yeah, I wouldn't have the gall to say fuck you to them. I'm like, dude, I'm tired. I just wanted to go to bed, man. I'm like, my friend was crying. I didn't want this. And so, apparently... Yeah, so yeah, and then eventually, Angel's, what she wrote down on here, it said, I appreciate your harsh vibes towards the people... Sorry, something got in my eye. The people who treated us like shit. And then it's just a picture of me sticking up the middle finger saying, fuck you. And then Angel's drew a picture below that says, ungaslightable. Because, Angel's kept telling me, like, Megan, you were the most out of all of us, you were the most ungaslightable towards the person's bullshit, our friend's bullshit. And that's amazing. So yeah, and they always told me that, and that made me feel nice. And then this is the one that I love the most, which made me, this is the picture that made me love my smile a lot. Because when I was on voice chat with Angels, I looked at it and it was just like, why do I have a gap in between my teeth? Is that supposed to be me? And they're like, yeah, you're like, do you not like the gap in between your teeth? I'm like, no, it's just that I've never drawn myself before. And they're like, no, it's just, I like drawing you with the gap in between your teeth because you're the first person I get to do that with. I never have a chance to draw people with a gap in between my teeth, in between their teeth, and you're the only person who has that. And that's what I love about your smile. And I'm like, really? And it says, when you give me that mischievous little grin, look, I know, look, that little mischievous little grin, look, I know, it's crime time, and it's a picture of me with my eyes closed, and I'm smiling with the gap in my teeth. And that drawing personally made me love the gap in between my teeth, ever since I got this book. But I'll continue reading it because there's only like a little bit left. The croakish smile when you find shark in blue drink is everything. So at Outback there was a drink with a shark. I don't know if anyone knows this, but it has like a little red juice in it. And you're supposed to dip the shark in there to make it look like a shark attack kind of thing. And I got one at Outback and I was so thrilled. You are a magnet for autistic joy, and it makes me feel valuable yet safe. Vulnerable yet safe. You smell like your mom, and it's glorious. Let's suspend what little American / blank, I won't say the day, American night / blank day we have left, and play Minecraft all weekend. Your magma board, which is a website to draw, is the bountiful OC doodle brain rot in my life. And then it's a picture of Angels with, like, you know, the board with all the lines connecting, pointing back at it, and it says, and then they kiss. Oh, and then here's a role play we did. So this isn't gonna make sense. But there's a role play we did. And just hearing it. So jumping off the roller coaster in your mindscape is one of my perfect memories of us. So we had a role play of Person Aether, and they were in Whimsy's area, which is supposed to be a carnival. And there was like an old abandoned roller coaster, and they were climbing up on top of the roller coaster in my mindscape. And when they climbed up on top of the roller coaster, Aether's like, I'll push you. Aether's like, Aether jumped off the roller coaster, and since they can't get hurt because they're OC, Angel said like, Aether, like, they can't get hurt, and then Percy's like, are you sure this is safe? So they jumped off the roller coaster, basically. Just to sum it up, they jumped off a roller coaster in my mindscape. And then there's my favorite page. So, hang on. No, fix it. Okay, there it is. Your unexplicable urge to bite keeps me sane. And then I was wondering why the paper was crinkled, and then I look in the corner and I see the mark. Angels fucking bit the paper, and it says my bite. An arrow pointing to the corner of the page. Appreciation, our shared appreciation of Ivory warms my belly. So my other friend and they drew a picture and we're like, yay, Ivory. Okay, so this is the funny one. Okay, this is a funny thing. So it says, you have a nose for... And it beats my meat at any night. And then Angels drew a picture of a Snicker. A picture of them laughing and it says Snickers. They're like... So... This was funny when we were looking at it. Because when I look at it, I'm like... Angels, why is there a blank in here? And they're like, what do you mean? I'm like... Dude, it just says you have a nose for blank, and it beats my meat any night. And they're like, shit! That's literally all I hear on the other side. And they're like, and they start bursting into laughter. I'm like, what the fuck happened? And then they're like, so it's not supposed to be blank. I think I accidentally left it blank because when I was doing this with Ivory, the angels started laughing so hard, and it beats my meat any night. Because they wrote that down and they started laughing too hard about it that they were laughing so hard that they forgot to fill out the first part of the thing. And they thought that was so funny. We just laughed about that, so... Naps are a lie. Knowing you are actually just on your phone. Because that's another thing I do. You bring me a bluey juice pop during those disquieting hours before we watch YouTube on the couch. Oh, and then this is another one that I love so much, which is writing. Me and Angels have a secret code for D&D. In the secret language, you know, and we have to decode it. So when we were in D&D, I loved it when Angels did this because then I could decode it, and it kept me like so occupied. So it says, you indulging in my conspiracies about, and then they only wrote the answer in the language we write, and I had to go get my book and write it out, and it says writing in secret languages. And it makes me feel seen, and it says happy DM noises. Savoring that photo album from our trip. Savoring that photo album from our trip. You deserve those experiences in real life and so much more. That was another one I really loved. It was because, despite us not being friends anymore on, not me and Angels, but like my other friend group, I have a photo album of our trip together that we went on, and when we stopped being friends, like, it really hurt me really badly. And my friend Angels kept telling me, she was like, look, they were like, don't turn bitter about this memory, because at first I was about to be like, I'm gonna rip these photos apart, because why would I keep them? They're bad memories. And then they were like, no, they're not. Don't do that. Don't cut them out of the photos and everything. And I'm like, why not? And they're like, cause it's, don't let, they stopped and asked me, did you have fun on those memories? Like, had fun when we had those memories? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, so don't cut them out. They're like, if you had fun, and if you had fun, then let them stay like that. Despite them being there, that's not the point. The point is that you live in the moment and enjoy that moment. Like, don't let them sour the memory. Don't let the memory become bitter. Don't let the memory of them make you bitter. Just enjoy the memory as a whole. The whole memory of how you felt in that moment. That's what you should remember. So, like, I still do have the photo. And I have, like, all my photos. And I want to hang them up because I love them so much. And it's a photo of us at the Rainforest Cafe, despite us not being friends anymore. I just took it down though because I wanted to put my other friends in there. Because, while I still do have it, I don't want to have it up. Because, like, you know, it just feels weird hanging up a picture of those people we're not friends with anymore. But I did put it in a photo album I have. Because I'm going to make a photo album of our trip that we had. Despite not being friends with them anymore. Because I'm like, Angels is right. Like, you deserve to be thinking of those memories in a happy way. Not in a sad way. And that's what, like, I love that. It's just a little reminder about that. We agreed to pretend that, so, after the friend group broke up, we had a D&D campaign before. So we had to end the D&D campaign. And the D&D campaign was called, I think it was called The Chronicles of Celador. So it says, we agreed to pretend that the end of Celador didn't happen. It ended, that's okay. And then it's a picture of Sly, and it says he's fine. There's nothing wrong with a little crime. Let's live it up. Just 2 more pages left. Trash Panda, you are my treasure. And that's it. And that's my favorite book my friend gave me, and I love it so much. I treasure it with all my heart. Like, if I was to die, I would want to be buried with this. Oh no, my bread's hard. God damn it. Well. Anyways. That's that. And now finally. So that's why I love my smile. Anyways, now after that's over, let's finally continue this game after so fucking long. Like, I meant to start it after a while ago, but got too caught up in my story time. Let me eat my sandwich. Okay. It was clear she didn't want to answer. It's okay. Forget about it. You brush it off with a smile and wave your hand. Fortunately, Cindy seemed to relax. I'm, like, going to get breakfast. I'll be back in a bit. Okay, will you bring me something? Like, sure, what do you prefer? Salty, my soup. If this is important, I gotta save it. Is it sweet? No. It's salty. So it's not important. Good. She stood up. She headed for the room door, but before she could grasp the handle, someone opened it. Sydney moved aside, letting the doctor in. She gave a brief greeting and glanced at him before leaving the room. Is it him? It's him! He's here! You watched the doctor. He's here! Ah! You watched the doctor enter the room in silence, carrying a metal tray. You remember Dr. Salazar warning you that, they would come periodically to monitor you. He began to move his hands, preparing whatever was on the tray. He's here! Ah! Be cold? Be nice. Hello. The doctor didn't respond. Blindly ignorant. You. Blatantly ignoring you as he went to about his business. Anyway, your throat felt dry. Excuse me, can I have some water? Doctor suddenly froze. Does this man want me to be nice? What do you want from me, Jeff? I don't understand. Can you tell me? Would you like me to be cold? And doctor suddenly froze and stayed like that for a second. He then moved again. You could only see the doctor's back from your spot. You heard the unmistakable sound of water being poured. The sound made you thirstier, most likely because your sore throat begged to be refreshed. Doctor took a few steps and approached you. Dude, where are your eyeballs at? Tried to sit, but your body felt very heavy. You felt a hand on your back, helping you straighten up. His eyeballs are gone. Where are your eyes? Man, I'm sorry I insulted them. I didn't mean to. You felt your hand. He felt a hand on your back, helping you straighten up. The touch was soft and attentive. It made you realize how vulnerable you were. Then you felt the rim of the glass at your lips. You drank the water slowly, burning your throat, burning but relieved. It was by coolest. You didn't just take a sip. You finished and sighed with relief and glanced at the doctor attending to you. His bangs covered his features. He wore a disposable mask. Well, where have I seen that before? Well, where have I seen that before? Do I dare? Thank him. Thank you, doctor. You decided to sign ignorance. Wait, no. No, shit. Stop. Feign ignorance. Maybe that would buy some time for someone to show up. Perhaps a real doctor or Sydney. Doctor didn't respond and went back to the previous spot, doing whatever it was doing. After drinking the water, it felt better, and you could speak. According to Dr. Salazar, his instructions, you shouldn't talk much, but it felt, well, enough to maintain a conversation, even if unilateral. Brothers, we know what we're doing. Flirt? If I had known they took such a good care, I would have come here more often. It was quite obvious that this doctor had no interest in getting along with you. You didn't know whether to take it personal or not. You would expect to be treated with care in a hospital, but everything indicated that wouldn't be the case. Complain or negotiate. Oh, I see. I didn't know. I didn't introduce myself first. I'm Megan. And who do I have the pleasure of meeting? Doctor continued to remain silent. He was starting to annoy you. One more try. Maybe you can get some words out of him if you insisted one last time. Show interest. Can I show interest? I already know Dr. Salazar. Are you his student? Perhaps his colleague? Oh, I'm something much better than that. Oh, hell yes. Doctor returned to your side, pulling down his disposable. Hello! Hi! Hello, Megan. Enjoying your stay at the hospital? What a shame. I'm not a fan of this place. But you seem to be. Ah, shit. Ah, I'm sorry. Wait, Jeff, listen to me. No, there's nothing to say. You prefer doctors, don't you? You don't need any more explanations. Owie. Do a scalpel. Check in your own blood. Ow. Stop. I'm not king of passion. Oh, what to say? The scalpel blade slid from your neck to your collarbone, opening your skin like a zipper. Ew. He laughed. Why don't you love me? Why not? What am I doing wrong? I can fix him, I swear. It hurts, but for some reason not that much. You felt tingling sensation where your wound, most likely, you were on painkillers. Good thing. Of course, being slashed and the scalpel was the way you preferred to die. No, we're not dying. No. Tell me what happened to you. I know, someone attacked me. Hector remained motionless in his spot. It was why would you like me telling you that you beat me up? Weirdo. It was someone I talked to at my job. I guess he didn't like me, haha. Oh, I wouldn't say that. The doctor suddenly murmured, his voice too familiar. The doctor returned to your side, pulling down his disposable mask on his chin. Oh, don't kill me again, man. I just thought you liked me. Stay at the hospital? A shame, I'm not a fan of this place. You seem to be. Pull out a scalpel. Why are you gonna listen to me? No. There's nothing to say. You prefer doctors, and so maybe he doesn't like the fact that I'm nice to the doctor. I got it, Jeff. I got it. I understand you, baby. Distrust. Yeah, he wants me to not like doctors. Are you really a doctor? It's quite obvious that this doctor was no interest in getting along with you. He didn't know whether to take it personal or not. You would expect to be treated with care and hospitality. Complain. If you don't feel like getting along with people, I think you should reevaluate your career. Did you hear me? Doctor remained silent. He was starting to annoy you. I'm gonna try and get some words out of him. Tell him what happened to you. Maybe I shouldn't have flirted with the doctor. Oh no, he knows I like him! Someone attacked me. Enjoying your stay at the hospital? What a shame, I'm not a fan of this place. You seem to be. No, I'm not! Okay, fine, fine. Sorry. God. Guess I have to go all the way back. What happened? Hospital? Yeah. Sorry, I don't mean to be nice to Doctor. Jesus. I'm sorry, I like to be funny. I'm a funny gal. Good thing. That's a good sign. Are you writing that down? Are you writing that down out of professionalism or because you need to fill out space? Blunt comment, but far from offended. But he seemed intrigued. Both. Voice was hoarse. You swallowed hard through the pain. Doctor gave you a serious look of telling you take it easy. Do you remember your name? Say your name. It's Megan. Good enough for him to understand. I'm going to make this man love me, if it's the last thing I do. Evidently, he was asking you those questions to find out how disoriented your head was. Alright, do you know why you're here? You didn't answer immediately. Image appeared in your own head. Yeah. The laughter, that damn laughter! Of course you knew why you were there. Someone attacked me. Firmly. He didn't ask if it was a gesture, he just did. Place is safe. Can't hurt you now. Skip. Let's save. Why is it in Spanish? Oh fuck. You'll be okay. I'll be fine. My headphones. Just one eye. I have another. You didn't know if that was true. But it didn't matter. You didn't say it for him. You said it to cut off the conversation. Talking hurt, listening did too. As I look at you and say, let's skip. I just don't care. I'm not pretending, I just don't care. There was a barrier, subtle but solid. You didn't want comfort. You didn't want company. You just wanted to be left alone. For a second, the silence in the room weighed more than the pain in your body. Is there anyone you would like to call? Family, friend, partner? You didn't want to admit your solitary life. I don't have family. I don't talk to your family. No. Back. Awkwardly, but seriously, what you didn't want to say in the first place. Coworker. By any chance, why did you caress me while I was sleeping? Ew, no. Was it my husband? This is so stupid. Okay. It's not like it was as though something struck her. The one who attacked you, was it the same weirdo from the store? Right. Well, truthfully, I was flirting with him a little. Be cold. He's suspicious, isn't he? Anyways, your throat felt dry. Can I have some water? How many years of middle school did you take? How many did it take you to, you know, that an unconscious patient needs to hydrate, Doc? You were playing with fire, but the situation was so bizarre you couldn't take it seriously. The doctor didn't respond, but went back to his previous spot, doing whatever it was doing. After drinking water, you felt better, could speak. According to Dr. Cesar instruction, Just trust. Are you really a doctor? It's quite obvious that this doctor had no interest in getting along with you. You didn't know whether to make it personal or not. Complain. If you don't feel like getting along with people, I think you should reevaluate your career. Did you hear me? Being silent, starting to annoy you. You try one more time to see if you can get some words out of him. You know, someone attacked me. To return to your side. Oh, what a surprise! Jeff, what a surprise! I didn't know it was you! Oh, this is no. Jeff, I don't appreciate your sarcasm. I was pounding a response to proximity of the person who ripped your left eye out. Your body was afraid, but your mind wasn't. So, did you come to give me special care? Pulled a syringe from his pocket. Something like that. Wait, what are you doing? Brought the syringe to your IV and injected it into the tubing. Relax, it won't kill you. Make sure you feel a little agitated. Oh yay, I'm dying! So you began to breathe rapidly. As if you're running a marathon. Instinctively, you brought a hand to your chest and glimpsed the fabric of the gown. You bastard! Jeff clicked his tongue, shaking his head. Have some respect for your doctor. But he reached a hand towards you and held your chin between his fingers, lifting your head up to look at him. Feeling weak and tired, you let yourself be held, too drained to scream for help. Break free from his grip. Remember, we're playing. I'm in the hospital. How do you expect me to escape you? You dumb fuck. You're a cheater. You grasp in frustration, lacking the energy to speak properly. Consider it a warning. Jeff shrugged, unconcerned. Suddenly, an alarm began to blare, and the sound of rapid footsteps came from the outside of the room. That's my cue. He puts the mask back on and stood up. Okay. I hope you improve your strategy. It would be a shame if you ended up boring me, he said, disappearing among the crowd of nurses and doctors who entered and headed for you. Hyperkalemia. Administer calcium, whatever. So many words now. See instructions. You eyed Jeff suspiciously as he retreated, as if nothing happened, hidden in plain sight. It was really that easy for him to infiltrate. Either Jeff had a superhuman ability to go unnoticed, or people in this hospital were inept. You wanted to believe it. It was the first option. Anyways, they were able to treat you quickly and you felt considerably better. If you noticed compromised kidney function, order dialysis. Dr. Silver was giving instructions to another doctor. One you now were unsure was a resident. The resident nodded at Dr. Salazar. The orders and withdrew, leaving you two alone. Go away. My boyfriend won't like you. Dr. Salazar rubbed his temples and came to your bedside. His gaze reflected concern, so you couldn't help but look away and feel guilty. Megan, you suffered from severe hypercon. Do you have any idea what might have caused it? You bit your lower lip at the question. You were having a hard time convincing yourself to trust anyone. This whole Jeff situation. Keep it to yourself. No, keep it to yourself. You decided it was best to deal with it on your own. The fact that Jeff was able to walk into a hospital and inject you with something under guard told you that the protection in this place was not safe. I was unconscious the whole time. He leaned towards you, placing a hand on your head. Whatever happened, you can trust me. Yeah, no. You've managed to survive so far. You can continue to do so without anyone's help. You call it a feeling, but something told you Jeff wasn't gonna attack you anytime soon. You had time to form a plan. Jeff didn't hurt you as much as he did before, so he probably meant it when he said it was a warning. A warning that he could do something worse to you. And it's up to you to prevent it. A warning. I can fix him, Doctor. I swear. No, you didn't have to trust the doctor you just met. Doctor, I'm telling you the truth. Salazar looked at you for a few seconds, unconvinced, and then sighed, and distanced himself. Okay, try to rest. You nodded silently, but unlike before, the doctor called someone from outside the room. Your nurse quickly arrived. Be alert to monitor. If there's any changes, report it. The nurse nodded and instructed at the instructions and stayed in the room near the heart monitor you were connected to. Clearly, Dr. Salazar didn't trust leaving you alone. I will come periodically. You didn't know if he said that to the nurse or to you. But you nodded anyways and laid back on the stretcher with a tired sigh. Surviving a sadistic killer was exhausting. Sydney arrived, and Dr. Salazar told her that you had a monitor seizure. She became so concerned that she considered staying with you for the rest of the day. Even though you appreciated the gesture, you weren't entirely happy with it. You convinced her to go to work and asking her to cover for you. Anyway, Dr. Salazar gave you a week of rest. Since you were kept under observation, you had spent the rest of the day and night in the hospital, but then next morning came, everything was ready to discharge you. Day 3? Oh my god. Jesus Christ, Jeff, why is it taking so long? Take me. I just want to date you, Jeff. That's so wrong. I can fix you, I promise. Next day, you were discharged. And luckily, you had the transportation issued covered. Ah, lovely. Go ahead, Megan. And so you're gonna see how I feel about cops? Lieutenant West opened the car door for you, while Detective Sheehan took the driver's seat. You got up from the wheelchair and you were taken to the hospital in entrance and Megan! You turned to the sound of your name. Dr. Salazar, was it? Dr. Salazar took a moment to breathe and handed you his business card. My card. You can call me whenever you want or if you need anything. You took the piece of paper, playfully shook it. Who would have thought I would get someone's number if I get hurt a little? Salazar's mouth opened in surprise, and then cleared his throat, cheeks a little flushed. This is a professional concern. West raised an eyebrow at the doctor, who awkwardly scratched his head and retreated. Has that doctor been inappropriate with you? Not at all. He's actually been quite nice. West shrugged, gestured back at the car. This time, without interruptions, you sat in the back seat. When West got to the passenger seat, the car started and drove off. Most of the time, there was silence until you suddenly saw West nudge, Sheehan. Ahem. She cleared her throat, looking at you in the rearview mirror. So, Megan, how are you feeling right now? It was surprised that you were more distant. It was surprised that the more distant cop was trying to talk to you, but you didn't have to be rude and reject her efforts. Well, mostly because of the painkillers. You couldn't help but caress the clinical patch covering your left eye socket with your fingertips. Sheehan paused and replied, "You may have scars, but they are proof that you survived." You couldn't help but be surprised in that moment by the encouraging comment, but you had to admit it made your day. Thank you. She looked straight ahead, focused on the road, but something made you think she felt calmer. Will your girlfriend come to see you at your home? Your mind froze in an instant at West's question. Excuse me? Miss Sydney? Oh. You didn't know whether to be offended or embarrassed. She's just my coworker, we're not even that close. Oh, I thought. She turned to Sheehan with a look and asked for help. But he was completely ignored. I saw her very attentive and protective of you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's okay. It also strikes me that way. But it's nice to see someone cares about me in the city. You're on your own, I understand. Yeah, but I deal with it. We can ask for protection for you. I like watching where I live. Oh, like watching where I live? Yes, now, we assume your attacker is on the run, but we can't assume he won't come back to finish the job. West shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Elsie? It's okay, I don't mind. In fact, the protection gave you a sense of security. Excuse me? Considering Jeff would come back looking for you. You were aware that you were hindering the investigation by concealing the key information, such as Jeff's name and the game he initiated. But after witnessing how easily he got away with it in the hospital, something told you in this universe, the universe is on his side. Honestly, it makes you feel better. A shiver of danger ran down your neck, as if your body sensed Jeff's presence nearby. The memory of a sharp pain in your eye being ripped out made you settle deeper into your seat. Perhaps it was affecting you more than you cared to admit. We're here. You saw your building entrance from the car window, making you sigh with relief. Finally, you could go back to your bed. Well, we'll be on the alert. We'll notify you on the updates. This is my number. Call if you need anything. I assure you, my concern is strictly professional. You took the business card in your fingertips. See the name W. West. No, we're saving. Can I ask you something? They looked at you from their seat. Sorry, my brain was thinking. I'm like... No. Can I ask you something? They looked at you from their seats, expecting your next words. I couldn't help but notice that you were surprised to see me survive. Wes looked at Sheen for a moment, seriously, and nodded firmly. We have to tell them, Williams. West paused and sighed heavily. We suspect someone who might be the man who attacked you. He swallowed hard. Who do you think it is? We believe it's someone named Jeff. We don't know his last name exactly. It's the killer. Exactly. He's a very dangerous man and has been evading the law for over a decade. Wes settled in the back of his seat to face you. Megan, he's a crazy killer. But I can fix him! But like... If we were right about this, you'd be the first victim we know that he leaves alive. Oh, does that mean I'm his favorite? Well, that was a big info dump. Presumably valuable. Alright, I understand. Are you going to be okay on your own? Do you want us to get you a hotel? No thanks, I'll be fine. Wes looked at you indecisively for a moment, but then gave in when he saw you get out of the car. You closed the door and stood on the sidewalk for a moment, watching the car blend into the traffic. You sighed with a relief, turning towards your building lobby. When you reached your apartment, it was just as you left it 2 days ago. The apartment was furnished. You had few belongings, so there was no mess, but definitely leaving the place for 2 days had caused some dust to accumulate. The first thing you did was sweep the dust. You opened the windows, shaking the sofa cushions, and dust the TV. You threw all the bad food out in the fridge and cleaned the inside. You went to the bathroom and cleaned the surfaces until you couldn't see a trace of dirt. Finally, you reached your bedroom emptier than you would have liked. You would have you would have I would have lights. In my room, I have leaves hanging everywhere. Like the fake plants. And lights. I do have furniture. Paintings I do have. No. I have posters on my wall. Lights. No. I don't have so many lights, so what I would have is definitely posters on my wall. Whatever it was to cover the white walls, because I hate white walls. Anyways, now you don't have time to worry about that. You have to deal with the most important thing. Jesus, that scared me. You locked all the windows and you could reach, went to the entrance and double locked the door. You peered out the window and saw a patrol car parked on the street across from you. You sighed, sitting on the sofa, recovering your breath. Sense of security you had lost a long time ago. Technically, Jeff couldn't reach you. He shouldn't. But you can never be too sure. For convenience of the script. To distance yourself, you turned on the TV, changed the channels until you found one you were interested in. Until you landed on the news report showing a very familiar scene. This one, that's a street where the video store is. You turned the volume up with more interest. A person was attacked at 9 p.m. on Thursday with serious injuries. Medical sources reported that the victim is recovering. Descriptions of the attacker indicate tall white male, between 20s, 30s, scars on his face, clothes frequently covers his face. The suspect is attributed with 27 murders. Investigators estimate the real number could exceed 100. It was pretty obvious they were talking about your attack. You felt your hands lose strength more. The more you listened to the journalists, the more you learned about Jeff. He had killed so many people. Did he really leave you alive? You vaguely remember West arguing with someone outside your hospital room. He was surely chasing a white journalist who wanted to talk to you. Better that way, you would have had a less chance to mess up. If they had put you in front of cameras with microphones in your face and journalists looking at you, hungry for information, you would have revealed information that you wouldn't have been convenient, wouldn't have been convenient for Jeff stalking. Because everything indicated that no matter where you went, Jeff would find you. You feel sweat run down your face, and you went to the bathroom to wash your face. sighing in front of the sink. You looked at yourself in the mirror for the first time and you witnessed your current appearance. Your expression was tired, not haggard yet. Not haggard yet, but close. Dark fingers shaped around your neck, making you swallow. When you noticed the patch over your left eye, with trembling fingers you unhooked the elastic straps of the patch from your head, revealing an adhesive patch. You removed that piece, and all that remained was gauze. You patiently removed the gauze. Finally see what Jeff had done to you. You removed the piece of cloth and saw your eyelid drooping. Then you tried to blink. Your eyelid trembled and revealed the inside of your eye socket covered with pink, shiny skin. Ew. What the fuck? You felt curious and extended your lower eyelid better to look inside. To get a better look inside. Me poking my finger in my empty eye socket. It's strange because somehow you feel like your eye is still there. What was it called? Phantom sensation? You looked at your right eye and it felt like your left eye could do the same, even though clearly wasn't there anymore. Jeff! It's one of my best works. You froze. Your vision cleared. In the mirror reflection behind you, you could see Jeff's silhouette. You turned suddenly, your heart pounding, but there was no one. You took a moment to catch your breath and brought your hand to your face. Were you really starting to hallucinate? It seemed Jeff made quite an impression on you. Could it be you were truly afraid? Yes. But your fear wasn't precisely dying, it was more of receiving more harm. Or thinking about, thinking about a madman was making you tired. You went to the kitchen to eat something. You started making instant ramen. You accompanied with soda and painkillers and went to bed. And you wanted to go to sleep and feel safe, and you were thinking you'd be fine. But since someone is reading this, that won't happen. Creak, and you woke up immediately. You didn't know it because you're a light sleeper, and you're glad it was. You stayed in your spot for a moment, hoping it was just imagination again. You heard another creak. This time, you knew it was because someone was in your house. You have to hide. Living. Wait. Bed. You live. You crawled silently as soon as possible under your bed and waited. You heard soft, continuous creaks. Suddenly you saw feet across your bedroom door, and you stopped breathing. Black combat boots advanced slowly, surrounding your bed. You watched, praying he would soon leave. The person stayed for a few moments, then retreated with the same slowness. You felt you could breathe again. He stayed a few moments and then started thinking about what to do next. Oh shit. Oh! Living? No. Bathroom. You tiptoed into the bathroom and locked the door. You got into the tub and taking shelter behind the curtains. You waited patiently and listening for the sound of someone opening the doors and moving things. But suddenly, silence. No. Living room. You suddenly went to the living room and hid behind the sofa. You waited patiently in silence and hoping that time would quickly pass. Although you weren't you were in a very exposed place. Closet. You went to the closet and stayed silent, listening for your heartbeat in your ears. You waited for a second and felt like an eternity as you heard someone opening the doors, moving things around, in hopes of your hopes were fading. Your hopes are fading. You couldn't go from place to place from one place to another all night. How could you be so persistent? Exhaustion. Dear God, I'm going probably on another trip in April. Maybe. I don't know. I'll think about it. Probably not. It's going to Universal. Most likely not. Because I might have to pay for it. Exhaustion was overcoming you and overcoming you. You felt your legs. Exhaustion was overcoming you, for your legs losing strength. Slowly you fell to your knees, leaning against the wall. You no longer cared if Jeff caught you. Hell, to hell with him and his stupid game. Suddenly you heard heavy sighs from somewhere in your apartment. Slowly and stealthily you peered through the closet and opening. Jeff was in your living room, suddenly lit by the moonlight, flickering through the window. He had a knife in his hand, which made you think you were lucky. Which made you think you were lucky to have avoided him. I know you're here, Megan. I know you can hear me, Megan. You win this round. Your exhaustion vanished for an instant when replaced by euphoria. But don't forget, I'll be watching you. Okay. It was a fact that you already knew. He had visited you in the hospital and followed you home. It goes without saying that you no longer felt safe anywhere. You heard the main door open and close. That filled you with relief. Made you fall unconscious in your spot. Anyways, how could that maniac have fooled the police? The one of three options. One, he killed the police. That was the most tremendous scenario. When he killed the police, that was the most tenderest scenario. It would have involved many more police. Most tedious scenario. Ugh. Involved more police. Sorry, itching like. Two, the police didn't see him, which caused you immense disappointment. 3, Jeff was very good at slipping away. You still didn't know how he did it yet. Maybe you will find out in the future, or maybe not. Time would tell. Next day was strangely calm. Night before, you barely got a decent sleep in the closet. It must be said, the relief of feeling that his stalking had ended, even if for just one day, drained your body's strength. You woke up in a cramped space closet with an aching body. The first thing you did upon waking up was looking out the window, and you didn't know whether to laugh or cry when you saw the same patrol car from yesterday in the same spot. Did Jeff really sneak into your apartment so easily? You checked the locks, they weren't broken. That meant Jeff, besides bypassing the police, didn't force his way in. What the fuck? Everything was becoming too convenient, especially for a suspense story. Before, you were sure Jeff was human, but now you weren't sure. You were starting to consider other options. You were secured. You secured the front door again, considered buying new deadbolts. But first thing, you had to eat breakfast. You opened your fridge. Disappointment flooded you when you saw that it was practically empty. There were 2 wrinkled tomatoes, half-empty juice cartons, checked by shaking it, half lemon. You remember throwing out spoiled food the day before, so you hadn't gone grocery shopping. Bro, fucking Instacart. You prepared to leave, grabbing your wallet and heading to your apartment entryway, fiddling with your keys. You took one last look inside your apartment and left, locking all the doors. The moment of doubt stopped you when you checked the light bulb in the upper corner of your door. Excellent. Jeff's superhuman ability to get into your apartment was called spare keys. So he took my spare keys. You couldn't believe you actually had forgotten that. The mini market you visited was 2 blocks away from your apartment, on the opposite side of the video store. You didn't have many things, but there was enough for desperate times like now. You looked for essentials among the aisles and refrigerators. I'm vegan. No. Normal option. You walked out to a checkout and felt movement in the right corner of your eye. A white movement. Your heart raced, but the pressure of many people restored some confidence. So suddenly, I followed the movement. You approached the snack shelf. Among this dude. Among price tags and colorful bags, shiny containers, you could perceive a white giant hidden behind the other aisle, the other side of the shelf. You leaned around the corner, slowly peeking out. You can make out the posture of someone crouched wearing white clothes. Megan, you called of your name, startled you, making you drop your groceries. Damn, dude. What the fuck? Oh, I'm so sorry. Dude, I would love to be with you, but, like, I can't. Not right now. Go away. It's okay. Shh. Maybe next time. Maybe in another life. You watched in amazement as Dr. Salazar knelt down and began to pick up your groceries. Dr. Salazar? You can call me Paul. No. Okay, Paul. What are you doing here? You didn't know if Jeff's stalking was starting to affect you more than you'd like, but you convinced yourself that you were just taking precautions. You didn't need another stalker on your list. My shift ended a few hours ago. I like coming to a coffee shop nearby, and I couldn't help but see you through the window. I hope it doesn't bother you. Salazar chuckled softly and awkwardly, as if trying to shed a bad image. Oh, okay. You knelt too, finishing picking up your things. How are you feeling? How's your, eye? Instinctively, you brought your hand to your left eyelid, covering by the patch. It doesn't hurt anymore. That's good. Are you wanting a prosthetic? Depends. Can I choose the color? Choose the color. Of course, you can choose the color and the size of the iris, the pupil, and even the scleria. That's great. I'll think about it. Nods with a faint smile. I can help you with your shopping. Thanks. You're very kind. Anything for my patient. I wonder if, like, okay, I get regular stuff, but if I get vegan stuff, fucking it's Chelsea. So I'll start helping carry your things to check out. You paid. You left the store and stood on the sidewalk for a moment. You held one of the bags in your hands and while he carried the other. Are you doing your groceries? It's for my breakfast. Salazar looked at you with surprised eyes and shook his head. It's already noon, Megan. You flinched at the scolding. Hearing the doctor made you feel more guilty. I know. Were circumstances, but now I'm on it. He looked at you in silence for a few seconds, then cleared his throat against his fist. Could I invite you to breakfast? What? I said I wanted to invite you to breakfast. You saw Salazar's nervous posture, the obvious blush on his cheeks. You tilted your head, curious. Like a date? Salazar coughed into his hand, but quickly recovered. I wouldn't want you to misunderstand, but yes, I guess. I'm inviting you on a date. Stood in silence, considering the proposal. You had always had the option to flirt with people when you met, but it didn't mean you were serious. It was fun to see other people's reactions with your teasing. Maybe there was a little hope in you that can lead somewhere, and now you had an option to go further. I could date him. Save this bad boy for later. I might die. He might die, but you know what? Reject. It's not me. I'm sorry, but I can't. Disappointment effect. I know. I'm so sorry. My heart's for another right now. The mission, the goal. Get Jeff the killer. In your eyes. Oh, do you have someone else? No, it's not that. I have things today. I couldn't, but could we do it another day? Is that okay? Salazar's grimace. Oh, he's gonna die. He didn't seem to change your words, but silence. Salazar smiled faintly. Oh, I'm so sorry. I understand. Another day it is. At least let me walk you with your groceries. You ponder his words for a moment. Definitely wouldn't hurt him to accompany you. In fact, he feels safe. In fact, sure. You led the way and you walked in silence all the way. You arrived at your entrance of the building and seeing Salazar had no intentions of leaving you there, and you continued guiding him until you stopped at the door apartment. Here we are. Looking at the door for a few seconds, and you smiled faintly as he extended the bag towards you. It was a pleasure seeing you again, Megan. Likewise, Doctor, Paul. Salazar smiled. He's gonna die. Smiled wide and regained some of the energy he had lost from your rejection. And you can call me whenever you want. I'll keep that in mind. Salazar headed for the exit, not without turning back for a moment before waving goodbye to you. He's dead. He's dead. That man's dead. You returned his wave and stayed in the hallway until you saw him no longer. You sighed softly in reality of your situation. Right away, you need to be careful. You unlocked every lock and entered your apartment, locking it again to make sure to hide the spare keys inside your apartment. You left the groceries in the kitchen, put everything away, then thought about what you would have had for breakfast. You started the coffee maker with the new coffee you bought, 2 slices of bread in the toaster. You hadn't realized how late it was when Salazar pointed it out to you. You must have been very tired to have slept almost 10 hours after Jeff entered your apartment in the early morning. You peered out the window, and the patrol car was still there. You didn't know if it was the same one or a different one, but at least you had protection, right? What a joke. You, with your coffee ready and your toast, you sat at a small table you called your dining room table. Halfway through biting, you heard a knock at the door. You quietly looked at the door in silence. Sydney, Megan, it's me. You relaxed when you realized it was Sydney. Wow, you're quite popular today. You went and opened the door, making space for her to enter. Sydney quickly came in. What brings you here? It wasn't a surprise she knew where you lived, as it wasn't the first time she visited. Since she and her father, your boss, were the only two people you knew in the cities, if something unexpected happened, like a bounce check or something, or mishap at the store, they would personally notify you at your apartment. Did you catch the guy? Did they catch the guy? You shrugged. Nope. You need to take this seriously. Even if they arrange protection for you, it's not 100% safe to rely on it. So you saw the patrol car outside. Sydney brought a hand to your forehead. Yeah, there were so many journalists at the store. It leaked that you worked there, so I had to temporarily close. I'm so sorry. Sydney sighed, taking a seat on the sofa. None of this is your fault, Megan. I should have accompanied you that day. You joined her, sitting next to her. Don't say that. You had no way of knowing. Sydney cleared her throat, clanging on the subject. So do you know any details about your case? Oh, well, it seemed they know who he is. Sydney's interest was piqued. Really? Who? A guy. Body count of 27. The body count of 27? I mean victims. She looked at you expectantly, ignoring your joke. It seemed she hadn't seen the news. Of course, when would she have time? She's dealing with chasing away invasive journalists. It seems I'm the first victim he left alive. Sydney let out a gasp. Just what we need, a serial killer who's fixated on you. She wasn't wrong. They didn't say what was the serial killer. They didn't say he was a serial killer. He's a murderer. He's murdered more than 3 people, and it has been doing it for years. He falls into the category of serial killer. Okay. Did you see if he felt pleasure attacking you? Oh yes, definitely. You remember Drift insisting you admit you were afraid, wanting you to know the details. Oops, maybe you should have kept that to yourself. Sydney put your fingers on your chin and thoughtfully murmuring to herself. Then he would fall into category 2. Sydney? Yeah? Can I ask you something without getting angry? Okay. How do you know many police terms? So many police terms? Sydney froze and looked at you in surprise. When she sighed heavily, I never wanted to be a clerk at my dad's store. Nobody wants to be. Sydney gave you a reapproving and looked at your sarcastic comment, but continued. I studied criminology for 4 years, and then I entered the police academy. Wow, I didn't expect that. Sydney didn't give the impression of wanting to be anything in life, much less a cop. As long as I can remember, I wanted to be a detective. I had worked hard to graduate with honors. But when I entered the academy, my dad's store was robbed. They caught the culprits, but since one of them was a lieutenant's nephew, they let him go free. The systems boasted of being a fair network, but it has too many loopholes. I dropped out of the academy and have been working for my dad ever since. Wow, who would have thought? Yeah, bitch, you're ACAB. Let's go. Sydney grumbled and clenched her teeth. Don't be condescending with me. No, not at all. I just caught my attention, that's all. That explains why you're so harsh with Lieutenant West and Detective Cian. Cindy snorted and looked away. Do you think they're doing a good job? Well, I don't know what they're doing now, but I have a feeling they're trying hard. Cindy lowered her gaze, dispirited. I hope the system doesn't fail you like it failed me, Megan. I think that's the second nicest thing you've ever said to me. Cindy raised an eyebrow. What was the first? When you said you feel peaceful with me. Yeah, well, I still think that. You two fell silent in the moment until you broke it. I'm glad we're getting along, Sydney. She smiled faintly. Me too. Well, time for me to go. So soon? I just came to check in on you. From what I see, you're fine. But Sydney turned to you, questioning. What is it? No, you couldn't tell her about Jeff's game. No, nothing. Go home safely. Sydney looked at you for a couple of seconds in silence and left. Seeing you were on your own, you sighed heavily. You spent the rest of the day in your apartment. It felt like going to be a quiet night. But when night came, you changed your mind. Jeff said every time you invaded him, he'd go away. So technically, you should be safe at night. But on the other hand, it was Jeff you were talking about. That guy's a cowardly, cheating maniac. Is a cowardly, cheating maniac. You can't trust his word. So you decided to go out. Where? It didn't matter. You just went somewhere with a large crowd where it wouldn't be possible to attack you. You arrived at a street full of bars. Lights painted the streets, the colors and music escaped from venues. You shrugged and picked a bar to enter. This place was quiet and had considerable number of people. Perfect. You didn't want to go into the empty half place. It would be like a deer going to the meadow. But Not a crowded place either. That the last thing you needed was needed in your paranoid state. So you sat at the bar and prepared to order. Just to make sure. I don't like beer. I've tried wine, but it's like, ugh. I don't like either of these. I like vodka. Let's go with beer. He sat there waiting patiently for your order. Next to you. Hi, Jeff. If I'm gonna do this, let's get some wine to deal with your shit. Seriously. What? I can go wherever I want. This is a public place. And don't you think if I scream I can get get you arrested? Jeff looked at you over his shoulder, disinterested in your threat. Sure, you can do that. And by the time the cops come, I can rip out your other eye and run away again. You're a coward. I'm many things. The bartender approached Jeff. Approached and Jeff gestured him to take an order. Whiskey neat. Damn, Jeff, you're old? Oh, old school, or just showing off? Who am I showing off to you? Wait. Who am I showing off to? You? Jeez. You seem to try very hard to get my attention. I don't. Shut up. I'm the first person you left alive. I guess that makes me at least relevant to you. Your words seem to catch his attention. Don't flatter yourself, you're not the first. Oh. The bartender arrived with your order and his. Jeff, you better cover your face. People are gonna see. He wrapped his fingers around his glass and pulled his bandana down slightly so you can see a bit of his profile. What the fuck? You look so weird. You look like a little weird dinosaur. It was strange to see him so calm. It was, a beginner's mistake. The girl who was nice to me, and she suffered the same as me. So I felt sorry for her. Oh. I took a sip. Jeff took a sip and then swirled his drink around in his glass. I don't know if she's still alive, but last time I saw her, she wanted to kill me. I don't care anymore. Wow, you're being so compassionate, that's new. And what did you do? What did you two suffer from, if I ask? He pointed his own face with his index finger. It burns. The burns. Can I ask how it happened? An accident. I spilled acid on myself. This is wonderful conversation, ladies and gentlemen. Show empathy? No, he doesn't like that. Go back. Mock him. Accidentally? What do you mean you accidentally spilled it, or... Accidentally? Do you mean you spilled it, or threw it on yourself? Bit of both. Wow, wow. He snorted, seemed annoyed, but you sensed the amusement in his voice. Shut up. You're not one to judge me. What's that supposed to mean? You'll figure it out. Took another sip of his whiskey. Anyways, why did you come here? I thought you wanted to keep this between us without an audience. Relax. I won't hurt you. I won't hurt you. I'll keep my promise. For now, right? You rolled your eyes and drank your own drink. You both sat in the silence for a while, listening to the bar music and the chatter of other people. Comment on your... No! He doesn't want that. Ask about his name. What did you do today? Jeff turned to you in surprise. I didn't do much. He turned to his gaze back to the front. Went shopping, walked the streets, rested a little, came to the spa. As you listened intently, you saw the corner of Jeff's mouth curl to mock a smile, into a mocking smile, and you realized, so it was you following me. You glared at him, but far from being annoyed. Jeff seemed to enjoy causing that reaction in you. You took a sip of your drink. He did the same. Every time he finished drinking, he pulled up his bandana again, covering his face. Both of you paused for a moment. A moment of calm from the previous... A moment to calm from the previous emotion. I'm really not gonna say anything. Are you really not going to do anything to me tonight? Jeff rested his cheek on his hand, bored. Why now are you afraid of me? It's not that. I just don't appreciate going back to the hospital so soon after leaving. He clicked his tongue. Don't worry. Just enjoy that I'm not getting you where you are. Okay. That's not reassuring. Jeff sighed, turning to you. His eyes, sky blue, milky, like a cloud, stared fixedly at you. I promise I won't do anything. Flirt? Couldn't you be this cute most of the time. It was a waste of time to act crazy. It's a waste of time to act crazy all the time. You thought Jeff made a gesture of raising an eyebrow because he doesn't have any eyebrows, duh. And what about being a killer? Yeah, that too. Huh? Jeff returned to his spot in silence, as if... Sorry. Reading. Jeff returned to his spot in silence, as if he hadn't expected your answer. You couldn't see it clearly. You couldn't see clearly, but you could swear his breathing, his breath, his dark eye, that beneath his dark eyelids, you could see a distant pink tone, different from the sore eyes on his skin. You both fell silent again. This time you felt calmer, as if you had shaken off the previous awkwardness. Why are you doing this anyways? Jeff looked at you questioningly. I don't know what you're thinking. I don't know if you hate me or like me. I don't know if you want to kill me or observe me. I don't know either, clearly. I lose control when it comes to you. Jeff let out a dry chuckle. It's just... I was always good at improvising, but since I met you, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. This is so fucking funny. What am I doing? Choir? Well, you were always good at killing people? That's different now. What's different now? You're an enigma, enigma. I thought I always understood all of humanity, and that's why I hated it. But with you, it's like, I want to find out more. You caught my attention, I'm sure of that. He slowly brought his hand towards you. He slowly brought his hand towards you. You didn't move. You didn't know if it was out of fear, or if he would do something, or if he wanted... Let me eat my grape. I want grape. Grape. Got distracted. Anyways. You didn't move. You didn't move. You didn't know if it was out of fear. If it was out of fear, he would do something, or if you wanted him to reach. Jeff's fingers wrapped around your neck, squeezed gently. It wasn't choking you, but his grip was firm. I'm still thinking about what to do with you once I get bored of our game. He pulled you closer, his breathing grazing your face as he spoke. Because I get bored easily. What is this game?
I'm not doing that. Letting you go as if you were contagious. He stares at you in astonishment for a couple of seconds and then stammered. I fell for that again. He grunted under his breath and continued drinking his whiskey. And so, what's your plan? What's the plan? Huh? Are we gonna chat like friends, or even though you ripped out my eye, or are you gonna stalk me? Are you stalking me? He snorted a laugh and raised his glass. I'll drink to that. Wait, what? Are we going to chat like friends, even though you ripped out my eye, and are we gonna and are stalking me? Jeff snorted a laugh and raised his glass. I'll drink to that. Toast. Whatever you say. Raised your glass, and clinked it against his in a small toast. He stared at you in silence, thoughtfully. You're a very strange person, Megan. I know, I get told that a lot, Jeff the killer. This is great. Do you like that? Jeff chuckled softly. We'll see. Thanks for leaving me alone tonight. Your standards are very low, aren't they? Hey, I said thanks. Not that you magically became Hey, I said thanks, not that you magically became decent just because you did one good thing for me. This isn't a dark romance. Perhaps. Jeff raised his hand in surrender, his posture unconcerned. I'm in a good mood. That's all I can say. Does it have to do with me rejecting that date with Paul? If anyone could see my face right now, I just did a slow smile. Think what you want. You smiled faintly and drank your drink. You both fell silent, listening to the bar music. You want to dance? You like jazz? Jazz was relaxing, and strangely, it didn't feel bad. It was incredible how you could go from fearing he'd find you in your hiding place, and in another moment, seems like you two are having a... Oh? Was it your idea? Was it your idea, or did this seem like some date, like a date? Dating a guy who ripped your eye out and threatens to kill you may be it. It is a dark romance after all. Maybe it is a dark romance after all. Come into your mouth. No. Nope. You jealous? Nope. Take your money. No. That's what I was thinking, like, how the fuck does he pay for shit? How do you get your money? To pay for your drinking, I mean... I usually kill the bartender. You felt a mocking smile in his voice. But I promised I'd behave, so you'll have to treat me. Except complain. What? Nah. Nuh-uh. Uh-huh. He playfully touched the tip of your nose with his finger. If you don't do it, I'll run off, and you'll have to pay anyways. Jeff wouldn't be better to avoid the hassle, and it wouldn't be better to avoid the hassle and people giving you dirty looks for hanging out with someone who doesn't pay. I hate you. Far from being upset, Jeff chuckled. Don't get too comfortable. I'll come back for you tomorrow. Oh, right. Sure. You're stalking me. For a moment, I forgot spending time with you as a normal person wasn't so bad. I could even call it a date. You were just talking. You could see your words creating a reaction in Jeff. Do you think someone like me could experience normal things? Like a date? Yes. Yeah, sure. Instead of silently, then placed an empty glass on the bar and rose from his seat. You followed his movements, turned from this table stool. Good night, Megan. Good luck tomorrow. Jeff made a gesture to approach, raising his hand towards you. You saw he wasn't pulling out the knife, so you leaned towards him. Ladies and gentlemen, we've done it. Kiss his cheek. We're doing it, ladies and gentlemen. We got him. You held his hand in yours, then you pulled him closer, rested your cheek against the side of his face covered by his bandana. See you later, Jeff. You whispered softly and close to his ear. He didn't respond. In fact, he felt a spasm in his hand. Jeff slowly retreated, hiding his eyes behind the bangs of his hood. I kissed his cheek. You watched him disappear through the bar, then you realized there was something in your hand. There was a crumpled up piece of paper. When you smoothed it out, you saw it was the bill. It was a bill. Stained with blood. So he did have the money to pay for it after all. Anyways, you couldn't use the bill because you couldn't use the bill they took with you. They'd look at you with suspicion. You decided to stay a little longer, reflecting on everything you had just happened. Now you knew for sure nothing bad would happen tonight. But you had to be careful tomorrow. The game would resume. But why, Jeff, just let me make out with you, sloppy stuff. God damn it, Jeff. You woke up as usual in the safety of your room. The only difference of being is that you couldn't stop thinking about what happened last night. You still had the blood-stained bill Jeff gave you. Shirley gave it to you knowing you couldn't spend it. He did it on purpose. It was strange. From your own experience, you knew he behaved erratically. Of course, somehow he managed to interact with him in dangerous moments where your life was at stake. But that didn't mean it was incredible that Jeff was unpredictable as he was. He had established some sort of relationship with you. You could admit where there were times when his company when he wasn't trying to bury a knife in your guts and wasn't so unpleasant. It was as if Jeff had two sides. One was a deranged killer, and the other was an arrogant guy who never outgrew the edgy phase. Oh no. Was this Stockholm Syndrome? Another box checked in the visual novel bingo card. Anyways, today he had to be more on guard. Jeff would return and he was already knew the layout of your apartment, so you were at a disadvantage. Maybe you have a better chance if you went to a hotel tonight. He thought he'd most likely track you down, but the chances of him attacking you were decreased greatly. It sounded like a strategy, frequent changing your locations. Suddenly a doorbell rang in the middle of your reflection. It couldn't be Jeff, right? He's not that kind of guy who would just ring doorbells. How funny would it be if it was him? People on me recognize it. Dog themselves down here. No, go back. Don't open. Yeah, no. Don't risk it. Oh well, that saying goes. Chills the thrills. Unlock the door. Letting him in. What are you doing here? Fiddled nervously with his hands. I'm sorry, I couldn't help but worry. Huh? Some detectives contacted me and they asked about your eye. Okay, Megan, I don't have it. Excuse me? According to the reports, when you were transferred to the hospital, they recovered your eye. Why would they pick up a useless eye? Salazar cleared his throat. It's a protocol. Both police and medical found everything at the scene must be kept. So they kept my fucking eye? I understand that, but what do you mean you don't have it? That's the strange thing. Your eye is registered at the hospital, but when I went... Oh, Jeff took it. Okay. When I checked, it wasn't there. Could you guess? You could guess who might have taken it. I think your attacker is obsessed with you. I have felt like you're being followed lately. Have you felt like you're being followed lately? Oh, you sweet naive doctor, you had no idea. He simply shrugged. I guess so. I have no reason to think he'll come for you. Wow, this doctor's doing a lot more than just operating on you. Apparently, he was offering to be your knight in shining prince. Dude, I love you, but I can't. I'm looking for Jeff. Jeff's the thing I'm looking for. So does this mean you're here for me? Yeah, are you here to take care of me, Paul? Don't you think that's favoritism for one patient among many? Why are you crying? And trembled lately, surprising you. Wow, calm down. It's not a big deal, and it's not that big of a deal. I don't understand it either. You have a sense of deja vu as someone had told you something similar. You're incredible. I'm just like, what the fuck? I never had a patient like you. Ever since you woke up, we talked. So was he the one touching me? Did you touch my face? Sweating, confusion. It seemed like you were making me feel sick. Medical jargon was so much. But you got the idea. Is this what you call love at first? What the fuck is happening? Okay, now, dude. Okay. You were in a complicated situation. Not every day your doctor comes into your apartment and confesses your love for you. You had already gone through too many unusual, surprising things to be surprised. Paul, before you could answer, knock at the door. What are the chances, Cindy? It's me! His Salazar turned with a twisted smile. Excuse me, I have to get Megan. Salazar. He gave, which confused you. His usual, with desperation. Okay. You didn't know what to think. Could you go more insistent? I'll call the police if you don't answer. You rushed to open the door. I'm coming. Jeez, I'm in something here. I'm in love with you too. That would be so funny. Sydney looked serious for you for a moment, and she entered as a pile of papers in her arms. It's urgent. We have to. What the fuck? Sydney stopped in the middle living room with a confused look at Salazar, who remained leaning against a wall with his arms crossed. What is he doing here? Oh, he came to see me. Raised an eyebrow at you. What for? He was worried about me. Salazar averted his eyes and gazed uncomfortably. Sydney. Florence Nightingale syndrome. What, Sydney? Florence Nightingale syndrome. Salazar blushed. What's that? When your caregiver falls in love with his patient. Oh. Ew. Oh, so it is. Megan. Salazar persisted, his cheeks still flushed. He shrugged nonchalantly. You came on your own. I thought it would just be us two. Sydney walked into the kitchen and pulled up a pile of papers on your table, glanced sideways at Salazar. Oh, right. What did you come for, Sid? I found something about the weirdo from the store. You sat down looking at the papers with curiosity. You ranged from printed news articles from websites, newspaper pages with highlighted paragraphs and photos of people and reports. Where did you get all this? I have my ways. Sydney sat next to you, pointing at the papers. This guy, Jeff, is involved in many murders and also arsons. He has been a fugitive for at least 15 years. He doesn't have specific victim profile. They range from street drunks to suburban families. He follows the same whatever when modest uppery. He stabs his victims in vital spots and cuts their mouths with a kitchen knife. The worst weapon, if you could ask me. You rolled your eyes at her comment. Continue, please. Sydney frowned, spreading the papers and seeing them all together. The strange thing is, he was never been caught. The guy is very careless. He wears white clothes, easily stained, long hair, doesn't care very much about leaving his DNA, doesn't wear gloves, leaves his fingerprints everywhere. They're looking for him in several regions, and he's never been arrested. He has no address or family. His past and who he used to be are not even known exactly. That strikes me. It is that for a simple guy. His level of convenience surpasses normal. He manages to escape fire, avoid security cameras, and even knows how to climb walls. Like he has the script on his side. Hot script? What are you talking about? I don't mean it literally. It's like the universe is on his side. That was close. That was close. We don't need another character with narrative self-awareness. But that Sydney mentioned it was true. They supposedly gave his physical description on the news, and yet he managed to follow you during the day, or go to a bar at night. If it was as if he was invisible to others. There is no plot twist. There's no plot twist. He's actually part of your imagination, or he's a ghost. Jeff is just very exclusive. All the more reason why you need to be careful, Megan. We will come back for you. He already did, and he will do it again. But you can't say that out loud. What are you talking about? I think he's obsessed with Megan. Sydney looked at you seriously. If that is the case, you can't stay here, and at least not on your own. So what's the idea? Do you have a plan to stay with me 24/7? Oh no, is this it? It is. It's not most elegant situation, but I'll make sure you're okay. I can protect you. Suddenly, Sydney and Salazar were looking at each other in silence. I'll stay with Megan. I'm their co-worker. We've known each other longer. Ladies, I have two hands. We could just go to the hotel together. I'm their doctor. I have a duty to look after them and their well-being. What you're doing is coming to their house is totally unprofessional for a doctor. You could say you're stalking Megan. How do you know where they live? Did you see it in their file? We met yesterday. It was pure coincidence. I'd say even it was okay, dude, calm your ass. Fate. Sydney snorted an ironic laugh. Are you going to talk about fate seriously? Guys, can we just relax for a moment? They both fell silent and looked at you. You looked at them with boredom. Are you gonna let me bathe? I'm still in my pajamas. Suddenly they both look away and their cheeks were flushed. Oh, I'm sure. Oh, sure. Sorry, go ahead. You retreated from the kitchen and went to the bathroom. You didn't expect so many visitors. Nor that they would come to your rescue. It's almost seemed like they had, on a pheromone perfume or something, attracted so many people. In the end, they decided to stay with you during the day. The plan was to go to a hotel, had fallen through. It could be said that you were trapped inside your apartment. If you showed any interest in leaving, Sydney and Salazar would jump up and follow like baby ducks would to their mother. You couldn't afford to go to a hotel with 2 other people. Plus, you didn't want to owe them if they offered to pay. Being watched became tiresome until night fell. With every minute, your nerves rose because the darker it got, the greater possibility Jeff would arrive. It's getting late. You guys should go home soon. Me? What about you? Don't you have a job to do at the hospital? My shift starts tomorrow. Yes, well, I know Megan better, and if anyone should stay tonight, it should be me. Ladies, you're both gonna die. Shut the fuck up. What's safer than a doctor? Sydney and Salazar glared at each other while you waited. I don't want both of you here tonight. Having all day was enough. Then you decide what? Either both of us stay, one stays, or none stays. To corner you knew you had to work as a team, didn't they? I don't want either one of them to stay. Whoever's gonna stay is gonna die. That's on you. I wish I could say that to them. Who wants to die? Nobody? Good. Now leave. So wait. Either we both stay or one stays. Not none. He dies. Someone's gonna die. I wanted to be the Salazar. Dude, I like you, man, but you're gonna die. But he saw me. This is... Yeah, he wouldn't want me to choose Salazar, would he? Choose Sydney. Okay, I understand. I'd rather spend the night with someone I know better than someone who I went... Say goodbye. Thanks for coming, really. I guess I need to feel cared for. See you in the corner of his eye with a slight smile. I'll always be here for you. strokes the top of your head. Don't do that. I'll always be here for you. Oh, wait. Disappears behind the door, and you left with Sydney. She's gonna die. Huzzah! Do you want dinner? Sure. Would you rather cook or order something? I know, a good Chinese takeout restaurant near here. You nod. Okay. Takes out her phone, and the ornaments hanging on it jingle in every movement. Any allergies? Anything you don't eat? Nothing to report. Sydney nods at the place and places the order. While you wait on the couch, you remain silent. Chat. Chat. So, police. Honestly, I didn't expect it. Yeah, I know. I excelled academically, but I was physically weak. Even if joints locked relatively on leverage, you still needed some more strength. Strength I don't have. Spend a few minutes. Spend a few minutes waiting for your order, then it arrives. You serve in the kitchen. Sydney eats slowly, picking at her food. She seems to be thinking about something else. Don't ask. You're right, that's pretty good. Your attempt at chatting wasn't working. You're probably still worried about Jeff's thing. Sydney was really perceptive, wasn't she? She seemed to be a character with the most common sense. But that's not the point. Jeff is a coward and only attacks you when no one was around. Besides, the game is between you. It doesn't have anything to involve Sydney. So everything is going to be okay. Not everything is going to be okay. You say that, you say it out loud. You say out loud not only to reassure yourself, but also Sydney. She gives you a faint and reluctant smile and ends up sighing in defeat. You win. Let's have some small talk. How are you feeling about work? Before all this. I think it's fine. I'm sorry, but I have to be away for a while. I don't blame you. We're temporarily close anyways. I don't know about you, but I can't live without movies. I couldn't. I love them. Anyways, my last memory of there was not pleasant, very pleasant. Still had both eyes. Sydney grimaces in discomfort by trying to look away from your eye patch and failing. Seeing the empty plates you make a move to get up. Sydney stops you with a gesture of her hand. Don't overexert yourself. Go get ready for bed. You raise a hand in defeat. Whatever you say. You watch as she gets up and uses dishes, utensils, and glasses. With the used utensils, dishes, and glasses, and goes to the dishwasher and starts maneuvering with the water and detergent. You stay close, admiring the shape of her small back and her moving arms. So, I only have one bed. Sydney pauses for a second, letting you run the water. Okay. Being different? No. Being different. If you want, we can make a pillow wall. Sydney nods and goes back to her business. You headed to the bathroom where you shower and put on your night clothes. For a moment you stop in front of the mirror. You're a little nervous spending the night with Sydney. You never seen her that way before, but now you couldn't help but think you were kind of lucky to be spending the night with a cute girl. No! Well, yes, I like cute girl, but no! Of course, nothing will happen. She's not even your friend, technically. Or could you say she is? In your mind, you leave the bathroom and return to the kitchen looking for Sydney. The bathroom is free if you want to use it. She had been here before, so she knew where everything was. Okay. She nods silently and heads back the way you came. This time heading for your room, to your room. You place the bed, making sure to leave Cindy some space. You heard from your spot, lights going off, turning on, the water running. A few moments later, Sydney enters the room. Silently, she slips under the sheets next to her. Girl, turn around. No, I am saving myself for someone else. For some... You smell like the scent of her perfume. You smell the scent of her perfume. You can see the eyes shining in the dim light. She's gonna be dead when I wake up. Bye, Sydney. I loved you. While it lasted. Eyes shining, even in the dim light. Why do you care so much about me? What changed? Unexpectedly, you feel her hand brush against your cheek, gently caressed it with her thumb. I realized that you're important to me. She laughed slightly. It's weird. I feel like I know you, but I can't think of it in a specific time spent with you. But still, I care about you. Your heart races at his words. Heart races at her words. And feeling the air between you, the warmth of you two. Good night. Rest well. Dies. Falls asleep. Soon you succeed. You aren't sure if you're dreaming, but you thought you heard some noises. Uh-oh. She wasn't in the bed. She's gone. Left your room. You heard nothing. But that didn't calm you. You immediately reached in the worst case scenario. What did I tell you? Jeff had Sydney by the neck, covering her mouth. Sydney, I told you. Jeff had Sydney held by the neck, covering her mouth, and pointing the tip of his knife at her waist. When did Jeff get in? When did he get up and confront him? When did Sydney get up and confront him? That must have made noise, but you had no idea. It seems Jeff was very good at what he did. Megan, I said I'd be back. Yeah, I can see that. I advise you to be careful what you say. Someone could get hurt. Put a knife to Sydney's skin. Don't hurt her. Oh. So you care about this bitch. Jeff, trust me, baby. I don't. I said we built the pillow wall. We had a pillow wall. And then she came towards me, Jeff. Not me go towards her. But I do care about her, like friend. No, don't call her that. Keep proving my point. So, you won't mind if I do this, will you? Cut Sydney on the side, letting a muffled groan. Gets his hand cutting out her skin. Wait. This is between me and you, remember? You shouldn't involve her. Okay. Well then. She lifts really bit into her side. So a scream quickly muffled by her hand. Sydney falls to the ground. She's dead. Megan, go away. No. Don't bother, darling. Stretched a smirking smile. There's a new jurisdiction. Jeff ignores Sydney's body and walks towards you, smoky eyes shining in the dim light. You manage to run. Maybe you lock yourself in the bathroom. But your wrist is held by Jeff, preventing you from moving. It's funny. I don't want to hurt you, but not like but what? Not like before, at least. Why would that be? Look, man, you just killed her. Maybe because you like me? What? You know, you're interested in me. You have a crush on me? Hoping you would stop. Oh, I see. Smile and stretch more than usual, his eyes fixated on you. I want you. You. I'm scared, Jeff. Jeff, don't do anything you would regret. Please, you like me. That explains a lot. He grips your hand and tightens as he pulls it closer. What are you doing? I already discovered what I want. I don't want to play with you anymore. Part of me felt relieved at his words, but when Jeff pulled you towards him, he felt cold. To his chest, you felt cold. To myself. Then you realized he was leading you to an exit. Oh, okay, let's go. Bye, Sydney. Oh, well. In an instant, you saw Sydney's body motionless on the ground, a pang of worry went through you. What about... Don't think about her. He cupped your cheeks in his two... Okay, a little close, buddy. 6 feet. Your cheeks are cupped in 2 large cold hands and you feel some wet splat against your skin. You could tell it's blood. By the smell you could tell it's blood. Just bangs brush against your forehead. All you can see are his eyes. Just focus on me. You've seen what he's capable of. He didn't just hurt you. He hurt everyone. That made you consider his words deeply. Day 6, whoopee! Wahoo! The sensation beneath your body was hard and rough. The mattress was evidently very old and poor quality. Even though you had woken up, you kept your eyes closed, reflecting on what had happened to bring you where you were. Jeff had dragged you, forcing you to run with him. Wow, we're running into the field. cold dawn. Wait, back. The cold of dawn entered your lungs while streets illuminated your path. You traveled many streets. You didn't know how far he was taking you. At your request, you occasionally asked him to stop and rest. Jeff agreed, and while you caught your breath, you watched the surroundings. Soon you felt better. He took your wrists and dragged you again. Finally, you arrived at a disciplined neighborhood full of trash and camp houses in poor condition. Jeff's house was no exception. You remembered him saying it was where he was staying for the moment. He was inviting you into a small rundown house. Since it was nighttime, he didn't want to turn on the lights. Assuming there was electricity, you couldn't see the interior well. But from the smell of the dampness and dust, plus the crunch underneath your feet, you can assume the place was not in a good condition. Fortunately, Jeff offered you the bed, specifically for you, saying he had things to do. Are you still pretending to sleep? You cursed initially at Jeff's voice. That face, I can't. Dude, where'd your jacket go? You opened your eyes and found something you didn't expect to be the first thing you see that day. Good morning, Megan. Me. Hi. Thank you, I suppose. Jeff was leaning at the edge of the bed, inches from you. He stared at you fixatedly, tracing every inch of your face. Morning? It was strange to be with Jeff, and for him not to intend to hurt you. Sure, the bar thing happened, but you were still on guard because of what he did last night. It was also curious. It was also curious to see him without a usual white hoodie. Dude, you better be wearing some pants and some underwear. I don't want to see that shit. I want to see. Please. Seeing his bare arms, and the silhouette of Jeff's waist felt like seeing a Victorian woman's ankles. Jeff nodded slightly at your greeting, maintaining his smile. No need for so much caution. I don't want to kill you anymore. He loves me. Oh my god. Well, that sounded reassuring. But it was Jeff. That guy was anything but trustworthy. I don't believe you. Jeff chuckled, touching the tip of your nose with an index finger. Let's go have breakfast. He avoided you, didn't he? He stood up, remained standing. Right, he stood up and remained standing at the bed, looking at you expectantly. Holy shit, dude, that's hot as fuck.
Yeah, cool outfit. Where'd you get it? Where'd you get it? You slowly stood up and, dude, your bed looks like shit. You slowly stood up and you found yourself in a very, large but quiet, that, dissipated, I don't know how to say, room. There, there was no furniture besides a bed, but at least a window. But at least the window wasn't broken. When you realized you were only in sleepwear and barefoot. Did you really run through several streets without stepping on a nail or a piece of glass? Luckily you didn't get tetanus. I don't have shoes. Jeff looked away thoughtfully. Wait. Jeff disappeared through the door. You heard some movement from the other side of the room. Okay, calm down. Don't need to get that excited over me getting shoes. Jeff soon reappeared with slippers, each a different size. Aw, homeless boy. That's what I found handy. We'll have to go looking for clothes for you. You accepted the slippers with resignation. They weren't worn, they weren't torn or dirty, just dusty. They were mismatched size. One fit well, the other was loose, but it was better than walking on tetanus. Thanks. Jeff smiled. Ah, look how happy he is. Just smile broadly at your gratitude, and even see blush crept to his face. Come, dude, you ruined it. Jeff took your wrist, and his grip firm, but it didn't hurt. He pulled you along, but unlike other times, it was gentle, calm. Ah, yes. A can and a tin. My favorite to eat. He led you through the house to what would be a dining area with a table and 2 chairs. There was a mini fridge and a kitchen in the adjacent room, but you doubted they worked. I bought you breakfast. It's coffee. A skim milk latte. Dude, where the fuck did you get this? He extended a Cooper cup and you took it. It was warm. How? How did I know your preference? His smile turned mocking. Come on, Megan, you're smart. Of course it was, because he had been following you for days. Yay! Gives a thumbs up to the computer. He surely finds out those things by watching you. I don't think I forgot the edible stuff. Grilled cheese! Oh my god, you really do know my favorite. He got me a sandwich. Grilled cheese, this is the best day of my life. He knows I'm autistic as fuck. Okay, I'll get to the point. Are you trying to be an attentive boyfriend or something? Tilted his head interrogatively. What are you talking about? You ripped out my eye. You snuck into the hospital. You broke into my house. Do you want me to forget all that? How am I supposed to believe you love me if you put me through all the hell? Jeff looked at you with curiosity, then headed to the mini fridge. I don't want you to forget what I did. He mumbled, pulling a jar from the mini fridge. just to see it from a different perspective. The fuck am I looking at? Is that my eyeball? Place the jar in front of you. Inside of there was a thick transparent liquid, yellowish inside. Inside the bottom was a dark red stain mixed with black. He turned it. It was your eye. You felt cold. Wow, my eye. Jeez. Thanks. An avocado. Thanks. He's so happy about it. Your eye is so pretty. I couldn't help but keep it. Oh my god. Wow. I'm so happy you like it. Oh. Hello. He came towards you holding your cheek between his hands. I just imagine him like full on hands grabbing your face and being like, hi. But now I have something even better. You! He caressed your skin with his thumb, lowering his eyes to your lips. Dude, you got no lips. It's gonna be weird. What we have is special. I can make sure you see it too. You felt a shiver run through you. You came to the conclusion that you had no escape. Physically, it was almost impossible to escape Jeff, even if you tried. By the way, he expressed himself. You didn't think he would hesitate to chain you to his side or cut off your legs. Jesus Christ. Cut off your legs so you couldn't run. You couldn't ask for help either. Jeff would kill anyone who approached you. You knew from experience. Makes sense. Yeah, I guess I understand what you're saying. Did you like it? He's insane. You're crazy. Dude, you crazy. He let out a laugh, a strident laugh, lowering his hands to your shoulders completely. Okay. I'll eat your stupid breakfast. Give me that grilled cheese. He smiled broadly, leaning towards you. For a moment you thought he was going to kiss you, so you closed your eyes, but you felt a light touch on your forehead. That sound? No. You realize he kissed your forehead for a few seconds. You realize that you sat at the table. You followed his example and sat down. You drank the latte and ate the snack he brought you. Where did you get this? Don't you think I know about food chains? There's a coffee shop branch just a few blocks from here. Did you have breakfast? Slightly, smiling affectionately. Yeah, hours ago. Sorry I didn't join you, but your schedules are different. We must have breakfast together, brekkie together, please. Dinner tomorrow. Me. Yay! What if you joined me for dinner? Dinner tomorrow? Me. What if you joined me for dinner? I love that. Wow. You heard him sigh softly. What did you pay for this with what did you pay for this with money? Wait, did you pay this with money? He tilted his head as he raised an eyebrow. He didn't have. How else could I have gotten it? I don't know, armed robbery? I'm not that careless. They already looking for me for murder and arson. I'm not adding robbery to the list. And where do you get the money? Well, it would be a waste not to keep the money of some people I kill. And the way he admitted to killing people was chilling. Jeez, you're pathetic. It's not enough for you to kill people. You rob them too. Hey, at least those murderers aren't attributed to me. They are outside of my modus, whatever. They're considered robbery. That's no reason to be proud, Jeff. I can fix you. There's nothing you can say to be proud. Nothing you say is a reason to be proud. You're adorable when you judge me. I know. It's just... Oh, you completely fallen. He's completely fallen. You couldn't let your guard down, nor take advantage of it. However foolishly in love he may seem, he was still a maniac who, from what you recently learned, was more calculating than he appeared. Have you ever been in love before? I think once, if you can call it that. Oh, with whom? A woman who I spent 3 nights with. Gross. Not that way. It was more intimate in another. It was intimate in another way. We talked all the time. She felt like she understood me. I felt like she understood me. What about you? Been in love before? I have a headache. No. Yes? No. No, he wouldn't like that. No, see ya. No. Brought it his smile. So what's your preference? Man, woman, both? Wouldn't you like to know, weather boy? Wouldn't you like... You haven't considered it yet? You haven't considered both. Maybe. Let's go with both, dude. Dude, I want to get the girl and the boy. Let's go. This person has both. I've doubled competition. I have the... You're gonna have to go for a run for your money, bitch. I have double competition. I assure you, I don't usually lose. The more I know about you, the more I like you. Can I know things about you too? Of course. Do you have friends? How old are you? Do you have friends? There was a time where I lived with some guys in a big house. There were several of us. Each of us had their peculiarities. But they're the closest thing I can call friends. I wonder who that could be. Sounds weird. They were... The owner of the house was Expressionless. I wonder why. Slender Man? What are you doing here? One of them was a cannibal, I think. Oh yeah, that's Eyeless Jack, I believe. I think you can call him that. That one is Link. The one spent his time playing video games. One dressed like a clown spent, and a couple spent their times filming. So then that one was, I think, the clown guy, something? The Jack guy? I don't know. A couple spent their time filming. I think this is Masky and Hoodie, and then also Tukitopia, if I'm not mistaken. So yes, they were weird. The family. Obviously I had one at the beginning. Mother, father, brother, but I lost them. How? Beck, did you kill them? Jeff let out a dispirited chuckle. You know me better than I thought. How old are you? I won't tell you. Oh, come on. At least give me some range. How old are you? I'm in my 20s. I'm older than you. Damn, man, you're older than me? You're not gonna tell me by how much. So older? Shut up. Mock him. No. Flatter him. You're in good shape. Even if you're not that young, you look good. Ignore how messed up his face was. Ignoring how messed up his face was, of course. Jeff said nothing, but you noticed his cheeks flushed. How are you happy? Are you happy with everything you asked? Depends. I have one more question. Why do you kill? Jeff looked away thoughtfully. At this point, it's kind of like asking a bird why it flies. It's what I am. Okay. But it started with something, didn't it? What happened? Jeff shrugged. I was a kid when it started. Oh no. Tragic backstory. I was a kid when I started. The world was meaningless. I hate humans. In general. I wanted to make the world a beautiful place. It was like that for years. Just fucked it. Wow, this fucked it. Don't even tell me. No wonder you're just so messed up in the head. Flattery, love. But when I met you, I started to feel things I thought I had forgotten. The words wanting to escape your mouth. Would you consider stopping killing? For me, it was late. Wait. Would you consider stopping killing for me? Killing for me? It was late. You said it. It was too late. You said it. Again, you weren't. Saying a moral saint wanting to give moral lesson to an obvious immoral person, but it was a question asked out of genuine curiosity. It wasn't a request. You just wanted to know. Unfortunately, Jeff didn't seem to take it badly. We could reach a compromise just in case. Aw, he would do that just for me. You couldn't help but feel your heart race. You had to admit it. You had to admit that until now, you doubted Jeff was really in love with you. But if this madman said that he might consider changing for you, that it was possible. That it was impossible not to be moved, even a little. That was very sweet. Thank you. It's very sweet, thank you. It was better to be on his good side anyways. Who knew what would happen if you treated him badly or broke his heart? Something told you it would be very vindictive. He was very vindictive. Suddenly there was a knock at his door. Jeff grew serious and went to the window, peering out slightly. It's a cop. Did you forget to pay rent? Bit his fingertips thoughtfully. I don't pay rent. You're a squatter. Stop joking. Became insistent. You answer it. What? I'm being looked for. They can't see me. You'll have to talk to them. But I'll trust you. Without waiting for an answer, just disappeared into the house. You shifted uncomfortably, heading to the door. It's going to be fine, Megan. You've lied to the police before. It's gonna be a piece of cake. You opened the door. In front of you stood a uniformed police officer. Police officer, good morning. Sorry to bother you so early. It's okay. We're monitoring the area. Have you witnessed unusual activity lately? Why? I haven't seen anything. Alright. Try to be careful in this neighborhood, it's dangerous. You probably noticed you weren't exactly from around here. Close all the windows and doors tightly. Officer made a gesture with his cap. Apologize again for the inconvenience. You leave. When you no longer saw him, you closed the door. You sighed heavily and turned towards the direction where Jeff had gone. Jeff, you can come out now. You received no answer, so you took a few steps forward. And the surprise Jeff ran towards you and embraced you tightly. Aw, Megan, I love you. He grabbed you in a tight hug, even leaning to the side to lift you up a few inches off the ground. You're amazing. Oh, yeah, I try to be. Thank you. Thanks. You didn't know whether to take the compliment well, or you had just broke the law. You had a chance to turn me in, but you covered for me. Yeah, I was there. I don't care if you treat me coldly. I adore you anyways. I wasn't. Wait, what? His hands remained on you. I didn't take you for a pushover. No, you will not put your tongue back in your mouth. Gross. Idea, it wasn't necessary. He chuckled, raising his hands to your neck. His mocking tone was getting to your nerves. He just wanted to tease you. He tilted your head, looking intently at the marks his fingers had left on your neck, which faded over the few days. He refrained from saying anything, feeling the air change, something more intimate. Oh, is it happening? Is it really happening? For an instant, normally, his eyes dilated, were slightly dilated. He leaned and lowered his head to your neck. Don't you... Hang on. Stop. Wait. All he saw was black hair. All you saw was black hair all over your forehead. Dude, if you're gonna kiss my neck, don't do it. Don't do it. Gross. Gross. Ew. Don't play any more noises. You felt a kiss on your neck. Shiver down your spine. The second made it worse. What the fuck? No. Ew. I ain't reading this shit. You can't shoot. It's to make no sound. No situation was playing tricks on you. Because, how the dilapidated house didn't seem like a worse place for this to happen. Back away! Back away! Go away! Don't pull away. Hang on. Just checking. Everything's being seen? Yeah. Go away, please, please! Felt him slowly pull away and lean over to your face. His long and messy hair obstructed your view. Due to the closeness, you could see his bright eyes and cut, mouth near you. Dude, you ruined it. Dude, you ruined it. You saw his eyes fixated on your lips, and you were surprised when he finally kissed you. The touch was soft, but the feeling of his lips were cold and dry and cold. So, it wasn't that bad. Even so, it wasn't that bad. His hands moved to your jaw, holding them firmly, as if he wanted to prevent you from escaping. You felt the possessive in his touch, but it wasn't aggressive. Rather, it seemed careful. You gathered the courage, you raised your hands and wrapped them around his shoulders. Disgusting. 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 Jeff groaned. No. Breaking away with your lips desperately. You lowered your hands to his waist and he held you. Oh no! That's enough. Ladies and gentlemen, that's enough. We got him. We good. So look, we don't go that far. That was suggestive. It was suggestive. You slowly pulled away and created distance between you and him. That's enough for today. Oh no, am I gonna have to? What? Okay. Please. No, he didn't like it. He doesn't care. So it's suggestive. It just doesn't matter. However, why? I'm not going to go any further with you in this place. There might be cockroaches, rats, or tetanus. Okay. Yay, good. I don't want to get further. Nope. Nope. At least from his hug, it remained close. tell you how grateful I am. You could thank me in other ways. Face up. No. Can I lick your... No, get some clothes. Oh, right. Yeah. No. No, 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 no. He's proving his antics. You joke more. That joke was more annoying than funny. Jeff went to the corner of the room and picked up something. Here. While I get you some clothes. He offered you his white hoodie. Oh, yippee! It's too white. Do you keep it so clean if you were killing... How do you keep it so clean if you're killing people? Shouldn't be stained in blood. If it turns out he was also superhuman ability to not get stained, this story would be classified as a fantasy. I have several of those. I'm not stupid, I know how. You know I can't walk around with the same bloody hoodie everywhere. But why white ones? Wouldn't red or black clothes be better? I have a brand. A brand? Yeah. How else would people know it's me if I wear different clothes? Let's drop the subject. It's gonna have a problem of an enablism. I think. Haha, you're a... I had the hoodie over your pajama clothes, and unfortunately, it didn't fit you snugly. Jeff looked so thin, but his shoulders and chest were wider than they appeared. You like what you see? You were staring at him for a moment. Yes. He's not your type. Wait, what? Jeff looked thin. His shoulders and chest were wider than they appeared. Like we see? Yeah. Sure. The guy with the burned face is hot. Even if you say it to make fun of me, it doesn't affect me. I like how I look. A man with confidence. Now that's hot. He remained silent and managed to see his cheeks blush. Leave. Be gone. He just pulled out the identical hoodie to the one you're wearing and covered his face with a bandana and a hood. I'm going to the store? Better. A mall? You were kidding. You knew he couldn't go out like that. A guy who's collecting trash has a lot more clothes. He'll give me anything. For a bit of brandy. What? No, gross. Relax. I'll wash it. I don't know. I'm gonna wash it. I don't know. 5 times. So you're at peace. Precautious lifestyle. What do you expect from a criminal? Day 7. Is this it? Am I done yet? You promised to wash all the clothes from the alcoholic on the street several times. You had a t-shirt, your own hoodie, sweatpants, sneakers, which, despite being your size, were mismatched. Who would have thought they'd downgrade to a horror romance plot? But at least spending time with Jeff became enjoyable. You both spent time talking, reflecting on things, learning from each other. You even fell asleep while talking. What the fuck? I can't even with this game. No. Don't look at me like that, Jeff, I swear. Don't look at me, please, Jeff, please. So it was strange that at first thing you saw when you woke up. What's up, baby? How long have you been looking at me? Since I woke up. You looked at him extensively. 5 hours. Okay, this is getting out of control. You didn't expect to attract the attention of a killer who's become your stalker overnight. In fact, it overwhelmed you. Did you really take, did it really take you a week to love me? Is that so hard to believe? I don't know much about romance, but you're the first person to make me feel this. I want to be by your side always. I hate anyone who comes near you. I can't stand the idea of anyone else hurting you. You still want to hurt me, Jeff? Jeff smiled, teased at your words, and the air grew heavy. That was a question that you needed to be answered. While the thought of Jeff being Jeff and being with Jeff and him wanting to hurt you, it left bad taste in your mouth. Now that we're good, I have no reason to. I didn't mean it. I did mean mouse. I did mean. Did that mean that if things were bad, he would hurt you? Jeff raised a hand to your cheek and caressed it with his fingertips, his eyes scanning every corner of your face. What about what you did to my eye? He chuckled and felt frustrated at he wasn't taking you you felt frustrated that he wasn't taking you seriously. That what would an apology be good for when the damage is already done? That had some logic, but didn't mean that you didn't feel some resentment. He slid his fingers under the elastic strap of the patch and gently pulled until it unhooked from your head. He removed the adhesive gauze and removed your patch, and he exposed the empty eye socket. Besides, I think you look better this way. You didn't know whether to feel complimented or manipulated. Either way, his touch was soft and delicate. His fingertips caressed the area around the left eyelid. It's one of my best works. Were you in my bathroom? His words sent a shiver down your spine. You felt your mind was confused. You didn't know what was right or wrong at this point. Keep it to yourself. We're never going back to that save. Tell Jeff, I'm losing my mind, Jeff. Am I losing my mind? Jeff smiled affectionately, caressing your lower lip with his thumb. That's better than going crazy together. What's better than going crazy together? Where all the best people are. All the best people are crazy. You remained silent under Jeff's fixated gaze. You were getting used to him observing you and not blinking. The fact that you wondered if he even had eyelids. Be subtle. By any chance, are you an insomniac? He seemed content with your question. Did you notice I have insomnia for years? I had insomnia for years. These are dark circles under my eyes. That's why these dark circles formed under my eyes. Oh. So do you have eyelids? He snorted sarcastically. Why does everyone think I don't have eyelids? Well, for the most part, it's because I never seen you blink. Happy? Oh my god, he blinks! The man blinks, everybody! Ladies and gentlemen, he blinks. Yep, definitely no doubts now. Oh my god, he blinks. He can blink. Of course, seeing him blink made it seem more normal. You look so obedient. I thought you liked giving orders more than receiving them. I have no preference. I know what I want, and I'll do anything to get it. I'm willing to receive whatever you give me. Flirt. We'll talk about something else. Are we talking about something else? Jeff's cheeks flushed and gazed. Take it however you want. He chuckled at his answer, and at least Jeff seemed satisfied with your reaction. Yeah.
A grossed out satisfaction. Ew. Ew.
You raised your hand and gently ran it over his arm, caressing the marks and scars through the fabric. What happened to you? He sighed unconcerned. Jeff sighed unconcerned, mixed with a mix of occasions. Some mixed with occasions. Some are burns from a fire and acid. Others are cuts from fights. Fights, Jeff. I didn't take you kind of guy. Take you for that kind of guy. What did you expect me to do? Let myself get stabbed? No thanks. Who were you fighting with? Many enemies. So you left even more people alive. I only left you and the girl I mentioned before. The other... Wait a minute, is that other girl supposed to be like Jane the Killer or something? I don't remember her story. The others either escaped or are simply seeking revenge. How? Wow, you're quite a bad boy. Wow. Jeff chuckled softly, his voice vibrant. Good thing he took it with honor. Dude, I just wanna go home. I wanna play a different game, different mystery puzzle game on itch.io. Technically he was everything. He was everything wrong with the world. Hey Megan, yeah. Do you like me? Jeff, I don't go around kissing anyone. Jeff, I just don't go around kissing everyone. Dude, what the fuck you think? He sighed, relieved. Jeff made circles with his fingers on the sheets while pouting. Would you still like me if I was a... Would you still like me if I was a worm? Wow, it seemed he's high maintenance type. No. Ew. Yes. Yes, of course I adore worms. I don't appreciate my sarcasm, I know. Do you ever... You never do, and still do love me. Jeff straightened up from the bed and stretched his back, letting out a satisfied groan instead of... I'm going to shower. I'm not showering with you. If that's what we're getting on. bypassing the meter. In fact, you had water enough for you. In fact, what the fact that you had enough water for you. Please, I don't want to join him. I don't want to. Please, please. Oh God, no, no. No, we're skipping this. We're skipping this, ladies and gentlemen. I am not joining this man in a shower. No, no. Beck. Okay, fine. We'll go all the way back. Join him. Ugh. Coming with you. You also stood up, but the hands on your shoulders stopped you. If you come with me, it will be hell for me. Good. But I thought... hell. Okay, good. But I thought... hell. Okay, jeez. He let go of you and noticed his hands trembling slightly. His breath was agitated. That kind of hell. Brain is processing. Hang on. You say that where you are in the room. You stay where you are in the room. Give one last look before Jeff's leaving. You look around, trying to find a way to stop him. You didn't have your phone with you. Wait. Does he want to kill something? Ah, that kind of hell. You stayed here, where you were in the room. Jeff gave you one last look before leaving. You look around trying to find a way to stop him. You didn't have your phone with you, and the house had no Wi-Fi. Fortunately, it had electricity. You didn't decide to explore the place. You decided to explore the place. You checked the mini fridge. There were many energy drinks. I explained the insomnia. Went to the living room and inspected the furniture. The sofa was hard and the TV was broken. You didn't have much to do in here. You walked around avoiding the debris. There's nothing besides a bed. You stayed by the door, listening to the sound of the shower. It was faint and a hum from the other side of the door. You only had an imagination. No! You! There was a door, you didn't know where it led. Considering this was a practical abandoned house, something told you it wouldn't be nice to go in. But curiosity was strong. You opened the door and the creaking echoed through the walls. It was dark, luckily there was a switch nearby and you pressed it and it lit up. It's a basement. In front of you, some stairs extended downwards. Of course, the creepy basement wasn't missing. You were lucky that Jeff wasn't the one of those who chained people in the soundproof basement. For now. You went down quietly, leaning against the rails, and you decided, leaning against the rails, and you decided to, leaning against the rails as you descended the worn steps. Silence filled the place. Your footsteps echoed through the cement. A light also came on downstairs so you could see the place clearly. It was suspicious. It was spacious and cold. The walls were stone and some exposed pipes, which explained the damp smell. There was another smell in the air. One you didn't recognize at first, but then the corner of a dissipated piece of furniture. There was a corner of... You leaned in to get a better look. Ewy, fuck. Sydney? That is... Ew. It's not gross, but I'm just like... Corpse. Oh no. With courage you looked at it and safe distance because the scene was too horrible to view up close. You recognized the short hair and the size of the man. Oh, is this the doctor? Greenish skin. You noticed the white powder on it. You recognize from the short hair and the size that the man was that his face was totally unrecognizable. It was swollen and greenish skin. You noticed the white powder on it, and it was hard to understand that it was lime. If it weren't for lime, you would have noticed the smell from the beginning. You felt a bite on your throat. Felt bile rising in your throat, but you had to cover to prevent it. Who the fuck am I looking at? You need to walk away from the scene to get some air. What the fuck? Jeff, did he actually do that? It would be ideal if he had nothing to do. Would it be ideal if he had nothing to do with it? But realistically, it was most likely Jeff. Was that an original owner of the house? Jeff had admitted getting money from the murderers, so it wouldn't be strange for him to do the same with accommodation. He chose that dangerous neighborhood on purpose because if the police showed up, they'd be more occupied with other suspicious activities typical of the area. It was clear that hideout in plain sight. But But what about Jeff killing the homeowner, and putting him in the basement? It was horrible, no matter how you could look at it. Jeff killed many people, among them innocent people. You never saw a hint of remorse from him, and you became his accomplice. You knew you weren't responsible for Jeff's actions, but you knew if you didn't question them, weren't you just as horrible as him? Nah. No. You shouldn't feel absolute rejection towards someone like that. You shouldn't be incapable of chatting pleasantly with someone like that. No, we're going the route where we love this man, no matter what, through and through. But why can't you hate him? You love him. It couldn't be. You really felt so low that you fell in love with a ruthless killer? Hang on, thirsty. Okay, you truly had lost your mind. Anyways, you couldn't stay in the basement. Jeff would surely wonder where you were. If he didn't see you, he might get upset about your discovery. You went upstairs quickly but carefully, and given the duration of the steps, you reached the hallway just as Jeff came out of the bathroom. He's all squeaky clean, and his hair was still wet. He was drying it off with a towel. There you were, I was looking for you. Yeah. He rubbed the end of the towel against his head and shook his hair. Are you bored of me yet? His smile was amused. Accenting his sarcasm. Never. I would never get bored of you, Jeff. Oh my god. You're not saying that because, of his good qualities, which is very few or non-existent. But at least Jeff seemed happy with your answer. He kept rubbing his wet hair, which didn't seem close to being dry. Is it too optimistic to think that there might be a hairdryer here? You looked at him with sarcasm. In this dump? Obviously not. Then leave it to me. Let me brush your hair. I brush your hair. You held out your hands to him, pointing at the towel. He looked at you in silence for a few seconds, questioning. But then he understood his expression. But he seemed to understand, and his expression brightened. Of course. He handed you the towel, and he hurried to sit. Imagine him pitter-pattering his little feet on the floor as he's sitting, looking excitedly. You approached and sit behind him, and he turned to give you his back. His hair flowed before you, shiny and straight. You began to rub the ends gently. You sometimes squeeze the towel, removing excess water. Your hair is very straight. Before it was a bit wavy. After the accident, it stayed like this. Right. You weren't clear on exactly what happened. But you did have a general idea. It was also brown. Do you have photos? Jeff snorted and amused. From that time? Not at all. Maybe on my old Tumblr account. You're so emo. I don't. You chuckled at Jeff's protest. You raised his head and he looked at you from his spot. His gaze, usually distant, looked at you with tenderness, humanity you saw for the first time in him. You continued to rubbing his hair at the top of his head. Anyways, I look better now. Really? Yes, back then I was very plain. They compared me to a lot of my brother and they said we looked a lot alike. That makes sense, if you're brothers. Were you too close? Yeah, we were. Actually, I don't even know if he's alive. I thought your family was dead. My parents are, I'm sure of that. But Lou, not so much. How do you know? It's complicated. I understand his mother is another one of your adventures. You could say that. There was so much about you that I was having trouble to keeping track. I chuckled. I don't need to know. You don't need to know every detail about me. It's better focusing on enjoying. He straightened up and turned his face to you. Which part of me do you like the most? The bald spot. I don't know. The smile, no. Eyes, no. Body. Just smile. You really like it? It makes me so happy. You're very veiny, aren't you? Just shrugged. You wrapped a towel around his head. Oh my god. Pucker up and give me a little kiss. He wrapped his towel around his head and gently pulled him, making him lean slightly towards you. Hello. You looked at him in silence and saw it caused a reaction in him. His cheeks flushed and he briefly looked away shyly. He really fell for you. Fallen for you. You can almost trust him. Did you go in the basement? You could tell it. He sounded angry. You couldn't tell if he sounded angry or not, but his tone had hardened, which brought back bad memories of your previous encounters with him. So you killed him. So really, is that real news to you? It's not. It's just that I'm surprised. That's all. It surprised me, that's all. Jeff looked at you in silence, thoughtfully. His expression, usually smiling and maniacal, was strangely calm. In fact, he was a little scarier when he was serious. Jeff, have you really thought about the situation? What are you talking about? I'm talking about this. You pointed to the whole place, broken walls, the floor covered in rubble, dust, the broken furniture, you too. Also, what happened yesterday with the police. If I stayed with you, where are we going to live? If I stay with you, are we going to live like this? Sai became bloodshot, his mouth twisted in a grimace. Before you realize, he trapped your cheeks between his fingers. Oh my god, Jeff, I'm just trying to figure it out, man. His fingers and squeeze, pulling you towards him abruptly. It hurts. There are no conditions for this. If you're going to be with me, period. Okay, he dug his nails into your skin, making you hiss. He really was still the same. I should rip out your other eye. Should I rip out your other eye so you understand? Jesus, Jeff, I was just asking a question. Negotiate. I didn't mean anything by what I said. I just wanted to visualize our life together. Oh! You realize sorry. Jeffrey released you. You kept his distance. You felt yourself breathe again, and your heart calmed. We're going to have to move constantly to avoid the police. I guess I could improve the places we stay. He brought a finger to his chin thoughtfully. Maybe alternate between houses and hotels? But I can't promise you luxury. I understand completely. He smiled, satisfied by your answer, standing up from the sofa. What do you say about breakfast? Sure, but what? I got some eggs. I can cook already. I can cook something already. Oh, thanks. Are you going to eat with me? Jeff chuckled, putting an arm around your shoulders and leading you to the kitchen. You've completely messed up my schedule, so yes, I'll join. You arrived in the kitchen and you went to the mini fridge. He bent down, consequently his shirt lifted slightly, revealing skin of his lower back. Unlike the rest, it was pale, free of scars you could see. You raised your hand and pulled up the hem of his shirt, trying to pull it back in place. Don't touch me! Autism. Autism, I just fixing your shirt. Fixing shirt. Just tensely, slowly straightened up. What? Jeff was empty-handed and looked at you expectantly. Are you hungry for something else, Megan? What? You were alarmed in your spot. I was fixing your clothes. He looked at you. Jeff looked at you in silence, then looked away. Is that your idea? Is that your idea, or is that your idea, or is he just disappointed? Wow, I didn't expect that. Do you want me to touch that? But no. This is the game I did not expect to happen. I didn't want this. I just wanted to make friends. No, I thought it was gonna be the silly kissy kind. No, not this kind. Shifted uncomfortably in his spot shyly. He shook his head slightly and approaching him. Jeff leaned at the edge of the counter, watching you intently, waiting for you to do something. You both placed your hands on either side. You placed your hand both on either side of his body, looking up from the spot with a smile. Are you being shy? No, I was just receiving. I just want to receive what you give me. So you want sex? Your smile softened as you approached him. The distance between you was small. Between you two was small to maintain. Too small to maintain. He looked at you for a second, then leaned towards you. He kissed you calmly, having expected it. You received the kiss calmly, having expected it. Jeff felt his lips softer. Jeff's lips felt softer against yours, but they were still cold. His hands rose and gently held your jaw, his fingertips grazing the skin of your cheeks. No, stop the noise. You felt your breathing quicken slightly when he bit your lower lip, deepening the kiss. Caress what? Caress what? I will caress his face. What are we caressing? Okay. Oh, calm down. No, Lordy. Okay. Ooh. Put away.
Go away, pulled away a few inches from me, looking at me. I'm just testing the waters. No! No! Accused. Accomplice. No! We're going back. No. We're going back. That's enough. We're done. Jeff, no. Jeff, no. No. No, no. Doesn't it? No! No, no, no. Consider it enough for him. You took away your hands and stepped back from a couple spaces. You look and... you were surprised to see he was slightly agitated. Do you have experience with this, Jeff? Not much. I see. What about you? We love having no experience and being validated. Nope, but imagining helps. Hang on. Hold up. Turn that down. Dear Lord. He approached you and gently kissed your forehead. Let's have breakfast already. You sat at the table, waiting for him to return. In reality, you found yourself slowly getting used to Jeff's company. He was a good mood and treated you well, but he got angry. But when he got angry, he really brought out the worst. That was a reason to worry. He approached with a plate of breakfast in front of you. The table was still a bit dirty. The plates and utensils were clean. You watched him eat in silence. A bit of food poking out from his mouth. Ew! You have some food there. You caught his attention and pointed to your own mouth, signaling to him. He's brought his hand to his face. Noticed the small mess he had made. Oh, this happens. Damn. The sad music. This wasn't working out perfectly for you. Not only was Jeff untrustworthy and volatile and unpredictable. Just in 7 days. If just 7 days he fell in love with you, how did he know if in another 7 days he would hate you? Jeff, I have something to ask you. What is it? Does it still matter to you if I fear you or not? Before he seemed very fixated on you fearing him, but now you didn't know what he really wanted. Do you fear me? Does he want yes? No. Tremendously startling you. His reaction. Haha. No matter what you answer, it doesn't change how I feel for you. It wouldn't change our situation either. What would worry me would be if you got bored of me. Right. Would worry me if you got bored of me. Would you tell me if you started getting bored of me? Sure. You knew from experience that he would prefer honesty. Just well satisfied, you both dropped the subject and finished your breakfast. The rest of the day was quiet. Wait. Yes, it would be best to be honest. He likes honesty. You would tell me yes. Rest of the day it was quiet. You saw Jeff sleeping. You even saw Jeff sleeping, something you never seen before. Reality seemed to settle in and even Jeff had mentioned he had some cash to buy some dinner or go from a takeout blocks away. Police sirens were heard, grew louder. They seemed several cars away. Jeff? You stood up in the living room and went to peer slightly out the windows. Lights were peeking through the window, although you expected them to pass by. Sirens went silent. Number of lights that were at least 3 patrol cars. You heard clicking of megaphones. Someone voice echoed. We have you surrounded. Surrender the hostage. Shit. The alcoholic son of a bitch doesn't know when to shut up. Of course, it was pretty obvious that the guy who collects the trash wouldn't do anything for Brandy. Brandy wasn't exactly trustworthy. He hurried to the corner of the room and put things on. And White Hoodie, what are you gonna do? Turn myself in? Turn myself in? No way. Come on. He took your hand firmly and pulled you. But we're surrounded, we can't get out. Not from front or back, but underneath. You understood that what he was saying when we headed to the basement. You heard an entrance of a door being slammed. Megan! You recognized that voice. When the basement, Jeff let go of you and you went to the other. Let go of you and you went to one end of the room. Where are you going now? Jeff struggled with something on the floor and you saw him lift a piece of concrete and that led to a place below. Well, that's convenient. Through the sewers. Ew, Megan. Okay. You obey and climb down the opening. You fell into the sewers, the water splashing underneath your feet from your movements. Jeff jumped down after you and pulled your arm. Come on, they're coming close behind us. Both of us ran, hearing several people following. In a rush, you managed to get a glimpse of the end of the tunnel. Where do we go next? Jeff. Shut up, I'm thinking. He gripped your arm and it's hurting you. You both emerged into a stream in the middle of the forest and quickened his pace. Aren't we gonna get lost? Jeff remained silent, breathing heavily. He seemed truly a wanted criminal. You had gotten into a lot of trouble. You both ventured into the forest. Are we going to the other place? The house? The creepypasta house? After encountering lights from flashlights, you took a detour. The same happened on the other path. You were cornered. You had no choice but to go straight, but ahead was only cliff. Jeff finally let you go. In the distance, in the forest entrance, the lights gathered, advancing towards you at high speed. Jeff? Shit. More people approached. It was a shadow. You could tell there were many enemies. You had no way out. I'm scared. Jeff, I'm scared. Stay with him, Jeff. Gently you reached for his hand and intertwined your fingers with his. Jeff looked at you desperately. Upon meeting your eyes, he calmed down. "I gotta love you." You smiled affectionately at him. The sound of people's footsteps approached, but accompanied by desperate voices, shouting it to them to stop. You faced a cliff, feeling the sea breeze hit you. As if warning of what awaited, you squeezed your hand decisively. Both of you stepped forward, and the ground disappeared from your feet. So he died. The thing you felt was hitting your face. Never let go. I'm scared. His stumbled resignation, he smiled sadly at you. "I made you fear for your life." The words in your mouth. You heard the sound of gunshots too close.
No! Jeff! My baby! Jeff's chest turned ready, but no! Force pushed him to the cliff. No! You tried to reach for his hand, surely it would have fallen too and reached for it, but a grip on your waist prevented you. Megan, it's over. You tried to break free and you feel your tears run down your cheeks. Jeff! You called his name because just moments ago he was by your side. She enforced you to your knees and you completely broke down. She wrapped your arms around you, but you didn't feel quite right. It's over, her voice soothing you, but it didn't completely comfort you. So, that's what happened. From my perspective, Megan, you achieved what many could not. You survived. So why do I feel like something's wrong? You built a psychotic affection relationship with Jeff. He became both monster and your savior. At the same time, it's hard to detach from someone who meant so much to you. With time, you'll be able to fill the void he left. It's part of healing process. You remained silent, trying to find a place in your mind to accept what the therapist was saying. Our time is up. Is someone coming for you? Sydney. Sydney's alive! Won't take long. It turns out she was taken to a hospital in time. She was the first person who saw you recover. Oh, I see. You two are still in contact? Save this for later. Our friendship grew. Thanks to her company, I achieved many things, including going back to work. I'm glad for you. You nodded out of simple courtesy. You left the situation, the session, and breathing and felt great. It lifts off your shoulders. Oh, she got the scar now! All good? You felt the touch of your shoulder and nodded with a smile. Far from a scar hiding the instant that caused her that wrote her with pride. You walked down the street under the sunlight in a comfortable silence. You didn't know what was lying ahead for you. You would have never forget what happened that week. You would never forget Jeff. He made you feel and question. But you knew for sure that it was all over and your life was going to return to normal. Normal ending. You will live in normal. You will live in your memory. Anyways, that's the ending of this game. Yeah, I'm not going through all of them. There's like 9 different endings. My man died for me. Oh no. You will live in your memory. Oh my god. Anyways, I'm probably gonna play another game. I'm gonna end this stream. Oh my god, that was so stupid.